revolution. It's not just music, 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 music. It's not just music. It's not just music.
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. What is up, everyone? Glasses on here. Whoa, I don't even got my light on. Boomer.
98.
California hat on his thing. I mean, I need. All right, welcome in, everyone. We got live stream live here on YouTube and also live on Facebook. Facebook is really jank though. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic, oh crap, it is Wednesday, April 22nd. Welcome in. We got a lot of news to cover today. We got the debates coming up. We got so much stuff to cover. Welcome in, Stardust City Hag. It's good to see you. Reporting for another round of mod duty. That's right. That's the mod of warfare. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Like I said, we got a lot of news to cover today. And we have about, I think, hour and a half until the debate actually starts live. Hold on. We don't need captions. Okay, cool. All right. All right. Let's so we'll be watching that on KTLA 5. Already 130 nerds in here waiting. I wish they would come into my stream. But I'm not gonna say anything. Okay. Let's watch some little recaps on who's gonna be running and stuff. So
Candidates for California governor will face off in a debate in San Francisco.
The debate will air live right here on KTLA, and our own Frank Buckley will be one of the moderators. He joins us live now from San Francisco alongside News Nation political editor and anchor Chris Steyerwalt. Good morning to both of you.
Morning, guys. And most importantly, Chris Steyerwalt's wife is from Orange County.
This is true.
You know,
That's huge.
we're just a quick shout out to the family.
That's right. Villa Park High.
Villa Park High, Henry.
I love that. Go Spartans.
Our guy Henry DiCarlo from. Henry, did you go to Villa Park High too?
I certainly did. Home of the Spartans, 85.
I'm loving it.
Oh my
see you
God,
at the crab
nerds.
cooker. That's all I can tell you. See you at the crab cooker.
See you at the post.
So anyway, Chris is here. He actually knows what's going on in a granular way. Obviously, this debate tonight is as Politico described it, the first must-see TV of this gubernatorial election.
All right,
And,
that's right.
And that's because after Eric Swalwell left the race, it really upended everything, reset the race completely. Nexstar and our partners at Emerson College repolled, and we have new folks coming on to the debate that were not set to be there before. Javier Becerra being one of them, the former HHS secretary, the former attorney general from California, the former congressman from Eagle Rock, who was in the Democratic leadership for many years, and also Matt Mahan, the mayor of San Jose. Chris, can you sort of put into perspective this earthquake that happened when Swalwell left the race?
I didn't know we were allowed to make earthquake jokes in San Francisco.
yeah.
I didn't.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Look, I don't think California Democrats had come to terms with, and I'd say this with respect, the weakness of their field, right? The primary seemed like it was a long way in the future. We'll sort it out. Maybe Kamala Harris is going to run. No, she's not going to run. Well, something is going to happen.
Honestly,
and as the
y'all have heard me say it once, and I'll say it again. Kamala Harris saying, or the whole thing of Kamala Harris wanting to run for governor of California because she lost to Donald Trump in 2024, that messed up everything, because everyone was waiting for her to run and she never did.
Slipped through the hourglass, and it became
just
clear
wrote
that
a
the
book.
Republicans were in a position to maybe lock the Democrats out of the race because there were 10 million Democrats running and only 2 Republicans. And holy crokinole, what if the unthinkable happened? So the voters start coming in like, okay, we got to engage. Eric Swalwell was famous. Well, now he's really famous. He's infamous now. Yeah. But he was well known for his long-running fight with Donald Trump. He was social media troll, sort of hashtag resist figure, and had all this stuff. So he starts to sort of lead by default.
Yeah.
When he goes away, I think Becerra is the most interesting part of this story.
Yes.
He does have high name recognition. He has been elected in California. He should be doing better, and this poll shows him finally breaking through. He's got some momentum moving forward, but also Matt Mahan, who you mentioned. This guy is the wild card tonight. He is a different kind of Democrat. He is a very intentionally moderate kind of Democrat. So I don't know. This is why I got into this. This is the stuff I love, and the timing could not be better.
What's incredible is also another candidate who's been top tier on the Democrat side, Tom Steyer.
I know.
Who has spent over $120 million to make sure people know who he is, get into this race. He's top tier, but does that, if I were in his campaign, would I be concerned that I'm only where I am?
Well, you know, the challenge for two challenges for Tom Steyer. He's been very focused on making sure that people who know who he is, but people want to know whether he knows who they are.
Yep.
And I think Steyer has a disconnect problem here, that he hasn't been in California politics. He's had a couple of ducks and dodges on issues. He was asked about Gavin Newsom, and what do you think? And he said, well, I haven't been following it closely. Yeah. What do you think about homelessness in LA? Well, I haven't been following it that closely. That's not going to feed the bulldog. So you can get high name identification, but what people want to know is whether you care about them and are engaged in what they're engaged in. And the other thing is, you know, the being at the front of the dog sled, everybody's looking at you. Yeah. He's out there in front. So for these other Democrats, Steyer is a very convenient target. He's a billionaire. People say he's trying to buy the election. So if you're Tom Steyer, you have to expect that Becerra, that all of the Democrats, Katie Porter particularly, because they're sort of fighting for the same constituency, they're all going to come for Steyer because he's got the target on his back.
Just a couple seconds left, but obviously we are ignoring the fact that Republicans have been polling the highest since this started. Chad Bianco, the Riverside County sheriff, and Steve Hilton, former Fox News commentator. Is there a possibility that 2 Republicans will move forward in the general election?
Why?
And California Democrats will have to choose between 2 Republicans.
Every
it's more than 2 to 1 Democrats to Republicans
brother.
in California, the California electorate. It's almost 3 to 1. So how could it be? And the answer is, if we have Democrats slicing their part of the cake into too many wedges, then 25% of the electorate is enough. I think it's ultimately unlikely because Democrats will act out of rational self-interest and they will coalesce. And that's really what tonight is about. When you get right down to it, is
also one of the Republicans needs to drop out. They're gonna sabotage themselves. If both of them run. They need just one of them to run.
Time is short. We're 6 weeks away or whatever. Now for Democrats, they have to choose. They don't have a perfect candidate. Can they find a candidate who they can live with, get behind that person, and take the lockout off the table?
Chris Direwalt, pride of Villa Park High School.
Let's go.
This is why.
Go Spartans.
That's exactly
Guy
what.
knows what he's talking about.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks to both of you. And
right.
again, you can catch tonight's debate at 7 o'clock right here on KTLA 5. And that goes for an hour. There will be an extra half an hour that will be streaming on the KTLA Plus app as well.
Crazy. Okay. Let's go over this article, but let me just pull this up on stream. Pull up my thing on stream. Here we go. All right. Real quick, be sure to like the video and subscribe if you are not subscribed. I cover politics every week live for at least 2 hours a day. So be sure to subscribe to get more of this kind of content. All right. From Michael R. Blood, written today. 6 leading candidates for California governor will meet in a televised debate Wednesday, all of them eager for a breakout moment in a chaotic race with no clear leader. With mail ballots scheduled to go out to voters early next month in advance of the June 2nd primary, candidates are running short on time to break into contention. Under California's election rules, only the top 2 vote getters advance in the November election. Yada, yada, yada. We already know that. Jungle primary. But, okay. Democrats have been fretting for months that a crowded field could result into Republicans making it in November. And result would be a historic calamity for Democrats in a famously left-leaning state. All right, let's see. The polls right now already have a shift between. Okay, well, here. Fucking article. Friggin' article covers it anyways. The debate will bring together the 2 leading Republicans, conservative commentator Steve Hilton and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. 4 Democrats, former Representative Katie Porter, billionaire Tom Steyer, former Biden administration Health Secretary Javier Becerra, and San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan. Which I thought Mahan would have been out already, but I guess he's got to get in on a debate anyways because he didn't get his debate in at at USC because they canceled the whole thing. All right. With candidates angling for an advantage in front of a television audience, it is possible the debate could devolve into 90 minutes of shouting matches, finger pointing, and verbal backstabs. The campaign has just come through an unstable period with U.S. Representative Eric Swalwell, one of the leading Democrats, leading the race, and Congress following sexual assault allegations. Another Democrat, former state controller Betty Yee, dropped out. Thank God. I was in the comments of all her posts saying, Betty Yee, drop out. Literally, drop out. You're at 2%. Drop the F out. And she finally did. It was a blessing. But it just felt like she was going to be, she felt like she was upset about it and felt entitled to be in the race just because she is one of the candidates. Like, no, just because you think you're good doesn't mean you're good enough to be here. I don't know. I need to watch America's Next Top Model because I feel like there would have been a lot of good jokes about modeling and all that, but whatever. Monday, after lagging in polls since entering the race in 2024 and then endorsed Steyer. Okay, that's right. Betty Yee endorsed Tom Steyer. Meanwhile, Becerra picked up the support of Democratic Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas on Tuesday. Becerra and Mahan were late additions to the debate lineup after Swalwell exited the race. Both candidates have been getting fresh attention and endorsements in the reordered contest. Mahan, meanwhile, has been rolling out advertising to lift his campaign, and that's honestly probably all he can do because it's just money. It's tech bros lifting him up. Democrats mostly agree on policy issues, including the need to bring down household costs and counter President Donald Trump's agenda. So they will be looking for ways to stand out on stage, either by stressing their own records or trying to sully those of the competitors. Porter, who became a social media celebrity by brandishing a whiteboard at congressional hearings while grilling CEOs, y'all remember that? That was super fun to watch her do that. Um, Porter could become the state's first governor, woman governor, female governor. Um, Steyer, a hedge fund manager turned liberal activist who in 2020 ran an unsuccessful presidential campaign, is known for his involvement in climate issues. Becerra is the most experienced politician of the group, having served in the Biden administration and as a state attorney general and congressman in the state legislature. I've been saying that from the get go. So we'll see. Mahan has been arguing that he has made gains against homelessness and crime while leading Northern California's largest city. Candidates have vulnerabilities. Each candidate arrives on stage with vulnerabilities. The hedge fund founder turned liberal activist Steyer has faced criticism for his company's investments in fossil fuels and private prisons that today house people picked up from ICE raids. Porter has faced questions about her temperament. Great. After a snippet of a TV interview went viral of her awkwardly tense back and forth with a reporter, and she threatened to walk out. Later, a video surfaced of a 2021 interview showing her loudly berating a staffer. Becerra could face questions about his failure to recognize that former top staffer was plundering his dormant campaign accounts or his leadership as health secretary during the pandemic, when the government has had problems trying to clearly communicate with the public about COVID risk and countermeasures. While California institutions long lockdowns that have been faulted or disrupting education and the economy, Bianco's started, then paused, a probe into election fraud after election fraud allegations after pushback from the state attorney general, among others. Yeah, I think Becerra said that that was out of his hands, but who knows? When you're at the top, it's like, how can you not know that these things are happening around you? California takes center stage. Look for California to be at the center of the stage too. Democrats have dominated government in the nation's most populous state for years. Republicans haven't won a statewide election in 2 decades, so Hilton and Bianco will be pounding familiar campaign themes, including faulting Sacramento's one-sided politics and for the state's troubles. That's 100% right. Democrats run the state. Those themes also include pointing out that billionaires in spending have done little to slow the long running homelessness crisis. The state has some of the nation's highest taxes, utility bills, and gas prices. Heavy government regulation is driving away jobs. I don't know about that. That's a very biased thing to say, AP. And soaring home prices are out of reach for many families. The race remains wide open. Polling in late March and early April by the nonpartisan public policy blah 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 Democrats Steyer, Porter, Republicans Hilton and Bianco, and Swalwell. Other candidates were trailing the polling. Okay, yeah, we looked at that together on stream. It was Emerson College that they didn't. Stupid. They should have used this poll in the article, but well, we looked at this and it was showing that, since Swalwell dropped out, Becerra was the one who got the most or who picked up the most. So, hey, someone hit a like in the Facebook, I think. So, I can't tell. I'm trying to control it, but I don't know how many people are watching in Facebook. But Welcome in. Please. I know it's a janky stream, but this is my first Facebook Live. So, all right, cool. Let's continue. Let's do a little bit of. Here, wait. We're waiting for this. No, not right now. Mike from PA. Okay, here we go.
U.S. Senator representing the state of California. It's good to have you. Current polling for those at home keeping score: 2 Republicans on top, Steve Hilton, Chad Bianco, Javier Becerra, Tom Steiner, and Katie Porter round out the top 5. Jungle primary, the top 2, regardless of party, go to the general election. Senator, the top 2 right now are Republicans. Does that have anything to do with, you think, that so many of the Democrats, all the Democrats, are making this race or trying to make it a referendum on Donald Trump?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's the jungle primary and how many people we have in the
Here we
race
go.
who have followings. And it's very hard when you have so many Democrats and just 2 Republicans. And if you look at that number, there's a tie for second. So you can't say it's true. Okay. But here's the deal. You show Tom Steyer. He is on the most progressive wing of the party. Not all the Democrats agree with him on every issue because we are a very big tent. We don't follow, the leader like the Republicans do. And I think your point is well taken. We can't just be against everything Trump does. We should be against the worst things that he does, such as this war, which he doesn't seem to know how to get out of, and a secret police that kills our people, and the prices going up, up, up. Yeah. But we also need a vision. And I do believe that with this latest situation of Swalwell leaving the race, and for a good reason, and hooray for the women who had the bravery to come forward.
Yeah.
I'm not as worried as I was 2 weeks ago about the Republicans ending up 1 and 2. I just don't think that will happen.
Thank you.
But you still
what we've been saying.
You still think it's a possibility?
What we've been saying this whole time
I think
is,
if you look at the people,
it's
who
not going to be 2
make bets
Republicans
on
that
this,
make it to
it's
the
probably about
the
15%.
post primary.
That's- yeah,
It's going to
I
be
don't like
fine.
that at all. I mean,
So
I'm
let me ask you, help me
100%
understand this though. How is the Democratic Party in California even in this position that there's not one clear candidate who has been able to break out of the pack? You had Katie Porter, who is understandably sort of blown herself up because of what's come out about her. Eric Swalwell, who was the Democratic darling, who, as you point out rightly, has had to withdraw and resign from Congress. And Tom Steyer, who's a billionaire, who spent $130 million and still only has 13 or 14%. That doesn't speak to a Democratic Party that is in the largest state in America turning out really exceptional folks, does it?
Well, I just don't see it this way. We always have these contentious primaries. My God, I look back at myself. I ran against the lieutenant governor who was favored and a really nice guy who was a congressman. We fought it out. That's the Democratic Party. So it doesn't upset me that we don't have a given person to inherit the governorship. And I do think Katie Porter hurt herself big time, because she needs anger management. And she doesn't have the temperament.
Yeah.
So I see that what we're going for now.
That's crazy.
That's a very gentle way, diplomatic way of putting it. I think it'd be fair to say that the voters saw the real Katie Porter. Maybe the woman that I interviewed had not yet. But there's a point here about how Democrats are treating Trump voters, and fair to say that this is a D+20 state, so it's a little bit different. But nationally, this is something that is sort of omnipresent in the Democratic Party, which is the scorn Democrats show for Trump voters. Here, for example, is Cory Booker, another senator who I know you know, speaking in Michigan, I guess trying to test the waters for his own presidential campaign. Take a listen.
There is a storm in our nation.
Oh my God,
there
chill,
is
brother.
darkness and wind. People are getting hurt. What we need is not from on high. We need foot soldiers of our democracy who in times of trial are willing to stand up. Will you stand for our democracy?
Softly, a lot of energy. I don't know what time of day it was, but I think there's a different question here. If Democrats want to be the big tent that you say they are, don't you need to spend time acknowledging the Trump voters who went from Barack Obama to Donald Trump and talk about how to win them back rather than talking about how awful the person they voted for is?
Yeah, and I don't think in that clip, maybe I missed it, Cory Booker wasn't angry at the people who voted for Trump. He was angry at the policies of Trump.
When you talk about
the
storm of our nation, it's pretty dark.
Well, you know what? For some people, it's pretty damn dark, and I'll tell you why. They can't afford to fill up their car. They're losing their health insurance, millions of them. A lot of them are scared they can't get work. So, yeah, it's pretty dark. But I want to get to your very important point. I don't think it's smart to turn away from any voter. I couldn't have won if I didn't win at least 15% of the Republican vote and a majority of the independent voters. And if you look at all of these elections that we have seen in the last several months, Democrats are winning over independent voters. Democratic voters are being very loyal, and even some Republicans are coming home to us. So, I mean, Cory Booker has his style. I have my style. And here in California, what's going to happen is I think people are going to look for a steady hand. I really do.
Okay. Well, Senator Boxer, appreciate you being here. Sanguine and thoughtful analysis. We'll have you back, ma'am. It's good to see you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our news.
Stop it, Cuomo. Okay. Sorry, I'm messing around with trying to get the Facebook to look better, but it's okay. It's okay. It's going to have to be what it is. Okay, that was crazy. Barbara Boxer on that. Here, let's watch Betty Yee's Dropout.
But some pretty powerful principles that I think are needed at this time. Things that I learned growing up as a child of immigrants, looking at how integrity matters, character counts, and protecting our community and one another is a shared responsibility. Many of you know I've spent my entire career working to make government more accountable, more transparent, and more responsive to the people that it serves. And I fought for California, where dignity and respect and opportunity are not reserved for the few, but afforded to all. And my history, it really began when I had my first public service opportunity as a public health commissioner for Santa Cruz County during the HIV/AIDS epidemic, becoming state budget director, to becoming a member of the State Board of Equalization, and also twice elected state controller. I've really just been committed to the really painstaking and glamorous work needed to improve programs and lives for Californians, because I've seen and have known firsthand that implementation and delivery matters, and it's what people expect of our government. Over the course of this campaign, I've traveled across the state, listening to families, to workers, to small business owners, community leaders. I've sat in living rooms with parents who are struggling to help their kids with their homework after long commutes from work.
Wow.
I've talked with small business owners who feel squeezed by high costs and regulations.
Okay,
I've
we
met with
gotta
farmers and
fast
farm
forward
workers
this a little
who
bit.
worry about their future and the work ahead. And that work will continue.
Hey,
but
Bishop in a
today,
Box,
I am
welcome
announcing
in.
my campaign.
Hope
for
you're
governor
doing
will be
well.
suspended. Public service has been the honor of my lifetime, and attentive leadership really requires one to recognize the times that we're in, understanding the ills and the challenges we face, and how best to serve. And I'll have more to say about my experiences and observations in the coming weeks and months that I garnered from the campaign.
Is she going to write a
But
book?
this is today really a chance to say to every volunteer, to every supporter, every donor, every person who put their trust in me, to say thank you. This campaign has always been about something much bigger than any one candidate. And it's about building a California where opportunity is real and owned, where government regains trust by being responsive and accountable, and where no one is left behind. It's a vision of a global economy where prosperity is shared, and where each among us has agency in that vision. And I will say it's not a vision that is of a status quo from a time past. I think many came out of the pandemic thinking that we were returning to a sense of normalcy, but in fact, stay forward as well from an economic perspective. Need, and I think one of the biggest antidotes to what is coming at us from this Trump administration is doing everything.
In that case, when a lot of the race, from your perspective, it sounds like.
I want a winner and somebody who's going to work hard. So
DV8, welcome.
I have a
Thank
pretty
you.
high work ethic.
Short was
and so
amazing.
I want somebody who's just really going to, work hard. Temperament and demeanor will matter as well. I think it is one where lot of stress, a lot of demands, a lot of just things that will come up on the fly that just needs to be managed. And so I am going to be looking for that as well. I think those are really the qualities. It's going to be a very, very tough next few years, particularly on the budget. And so, and you can have, reforms and, if the voters aren't focused.
Okay. I would just want to hear her say, and for these reasons, I'm dropping out.
How we do this by engaging Californians, because look, I appreciate what Governor Newsom has done, and he's been an outsized voice in fighting back, and very, very grateful for. We'll look for a way that I can best serve to be sure that we are keeping our elections fair and safe.
Okay, I think that concludes. I think we got everybody's question in. If anybody needs anything additionally, you know where to find us. Feel free to call, email, text.
Okay, that was boring. Of course, boring Betty had to, and that's how she identifies herself. I want to remind everyone. Boring Betty had to drop out in the most boring way, but whatever. Look at this comment. Dear Betty, I tried to help early on, but I guess not enough of us got the word out soon enough that you were not just a politician. You had competence and experience. Could you please help us by endorsing a candidate that aligns with your values? Are there any? Cringe. Okay. Here, let's watch this from Politico. It's about Steve Hilton.
15 years of Democrat one-party rule. They've run everything.
They've run everything. Sorry, I can't help but imitate his stupid accent.
And welcome to The Conversation. I'm Dasha Burns, and this week I sat down with Steve Hilton, a Republican candidate for governor of California. You heard it right. And our conversation happened during a chaotic week for that race. Representative Eric Swalwell, a frontrunner Democratic candidate, suspended his campaign and announced that he will resign from Congress amid sexual assault and misconduct allegations, which Swalwell has denied. With Swalwell out, the California race just got a little less crowded, and the remaining candidates now have a window of opportunity to elevate their campaigns ahead of the primary on June 2nd. Enter Steve Hilton. He's a former Fox News host and former senior advisor to Prime Minister David Cameron. Yep, he's British. Kicking off his foray into
he's
American
British.
politics,
Just
Hilton has won
glaze
President
right
Trump's
over
endorsement
that.
for the governor's race, and surprisingly, the Republican has been polling toward the top of the pack. We chatted about the Swalwell shakeup and where he thinks the primarily Democrat-led state of California is coming up short. Steve Hilton joins the conversation.
All right, let's hear.
Steve Hilton, Republican candidate for governor in California. Thank you so much for joining the conversation.
It's fantastic to be with you. Thank you.
My goodness, this might be the most unpredictable California governor's race in recent history. As a Californian myself, I grew up in San Diego. I am fascinated by what is going on here. And now the dynamics have changed completely. Now that Eric Swalwell is out, who was a frontrunner for the Democratic Party, that might be opening up some opportunity for Republicans. You know, I've gotten some very concerned texts from Democrats in the state that things are getting even more complicated. For those who don't know, the way that the California primary works is that the top two vote getters will move on into the general. It doesn't matter what party. It could be two Democrats, could be two Republicans. It's just the top two vote getters. So do you think now you and your fellow Republican, Chad Bianco, could box Democrats out?
Well, how did I know, Dasha, that you're going to start by saying, what's
Sorry,
going
I'm
on with this
fixing my little
crazy governor's race? That's exactly right.
I know, not
and
the
it's been a
most
big-
surprising question, but we got to talk
No,
about
no, it's great, of course, and I totally get that. Here's the thing, though, it's interesting because actually in the space of 1 week, we've had two very big developments, which is that, as you mentioned, Eric Swalwell dropped out, but also at the beginning of the week, literally a week before on Easter Sunday, President Trump endorsed me, and those were actually two very big moments on either side. Here's how I see it. If we just go right back to the beginning of this year, I've been saying all along that this idea that you could get two Republicans in the top two, while kind of mathematically true, was politically impossible because the Democrat machine in California.
Thank
would just
you.
never-
The Republican himself said it. The fact that everyone was saying that the Republicans can make the top two is mathematically impossible.
never let that happen. Who thinks that they would just surrender California to two Republicans to fight it out? We know that the machine has almost unlimited money. You've got the government unions funding it. And in fact, as you saw in the reaction to President Trump's endorsement, you had many Democrat insiders in California saying, well, now the Democrat machine, the unions and whatever, won't have to spend tens of millions of dollars to make sure that there's a Democrat in the top two. So I never thought the two Republicans thing was at all a serious possibility. It's true that for most of this year, it has been me and the other Republican in the top two in the polling. And during the course of the last few months, I've been moving ahead. And in fact, you saw last week, 2 polls that were published, taken before the president's endorsement, that had me substantially ahead, including one from Eric Swalwell supporters, just before he dropped out, had me on 22%.
Wow,
on
I can't believe he's trying to pick up those
and then everyone else
supporters.
13% and below. Actually, I think that the exit of Eric Swalwell points to something that I've been saying alongside all these other things, which is that if you want to look at probabilities, it's more likely that you'll get 2 Democrats in the top 2 than 2 Republicans, because I had assumed that the following 2 things would happen. This is before Eric Swalwell dropped out. Number one, it was looking like the Democrat establishment in California, the unions, the kind of Nancy Pelosi machine. You could see all the Nancy Pelosi acolytes jumping in behind Swalwell.
What was Nancy Pelosi doing?
So my assumption was that the machine would move towards Eric Swalwell. That would move him up in the polls. There were 3 Democrats really in the kind of top tier of Democrat candidates: Eric Swalwell, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer. Now, Tom Steyer, just like the Democrat machine, he's a billionaire. He's got unlimited money. He's already spent over $100 million just in the last couple of months. It's the most expensive campaign anywhere in America. So my assumption was that he would spend another $100 million in the next month in the primary. So he would move up. So until Swalwell dropped out, I was saying, look, on the Republican side, we got to be careful that we're not boxed out. That in the next month, you could see Swalwell moving up, Steyer moving up. And so we, on the Republican side, have to get behind one candidate in order to make sure that Californians have a real choice. And so that's why I always argue that the Trump endorsement was incredibly important for Republicans, because it clarified that decision. And I expect to move ahead even more.
So this was 5 days ago. I forgot when Trump endorsed Steve Hilton. Let me see. Yes, Nancy is washed. Nancy. Oh, that happened on April 6th? Trump endorses Steve Hilton? When did this interview come out? So, okay, whatever.
Clearly as a result of that. And so I think now, with Swalwell having dropped out, you're back to that situation where you've got 2 leading Democrats, Tom Steyer, Katie Porter. We'll see where Eric Swalwell's support goes.
Do you think Javier Becerra could make some inroads?
No, they're finished. I'm sorry, but they're all below 5%. None of them qualified for the next debate.
Is he
There's
sure
a whole
about
bunch
that?
of what I call the
Is he
LPDs,
sure about that?
the low polling Democrats. Javier Becerra, Antonio Villaraigosa, Betty Yee, Tony Thurman. Some of these people are better known than others, but none of them are above 5%.
Okay, so then who would you rather have in the top 2 with you, say you got into the top 2? Your fellow Republican, Chad Bianco, Katie Porter, or Tom Steyer?
Chad Bianco doesn't have a chance. So it's going to be Katie Porter or Tom Steyer. I think that's just realistic.
Who would you prefer?
Truly, I'm not trying to give you a sort of ridiculous political answer. I don't care, because this state is desperate for change, right? We've had 16 years of Democrat one-party rule. They've run everything, all the statewide offices, supermajority in the legislature, or all during that period, the state Supreme Court, all the big
Who said
cities,
we wanted a
all the big counties.
Republican?
And the results are terrible, like truly terrible. Highest poverty rate in the country, highest unemployment rate, highest cost of living by far. Everything is going in the wrong direction: homelessness, the school results, etc. And even if you don't buy the argument that it's time for change, a lot of Democrats I speak to nod along when you say, look, it's just not healthy to have one-party rule for so long. It breeds a sense of complacency and corruption and insularity among the ruling elite. And so I think that it truly doesn't matter. The argument in the general elections can be very simple, almost the age-old argument in politics, which is time for change or more of the same. So in a way, it doesn't matter who the Democrat is, because we've got to move away from Democrats in California in order to get us back on track.
But do you think Swalwell dropping out of the race has given you more opportunity, more of a boost, or does it just complicate things in a different way?
I think it actually clarifies things. I think it means that it's a straight choice for Democrats between Tom Steyer and Katie Porter. On the Republican side, I think that was clarified with the president's endorsement. And so I think that, I don't want to say it doesn't make any difference. I don't think that's right. I think it does heighten the importance of Republican consolidation, because basically what you've got is consolidation on the Democrat side. One of the reasons that Democrats were in such a panic was we got so many candidates, we're splitting the vote, we can let 2 Republicans. That's the chatter that's been gripping the Democrats in Sacramento. Most of this year, you've had 2 very distinct tiers of candidates. You've had the top tier, 10% and above, Swalwell, Katie
Yeah.
Porter, Tom Steyer, and the LPDs,
I can't wait
the
to
low-polling
see
Democrats,
them
under
all
5%.
on the
It's very
stage
distinct.
together, all
There's
debating.
not really been any middle
It's
ground.
going to be crazy.
And so I think that what you've seen is consolidation among that top tier. I can't speak for the Democrats. I'm just focused on my race and presenting a strong, positive alternative to 16 years of one-party rule.
There are some Democrats that want to see Vice President Kamala Harris jump into the race. What do you think about that idea?
No,
Oh my
stop.
goodness. Talk about flogging a dead horse. Well, good luck with that.
Flogging your
British
dead
expression.
horse.
I think
It's
would be,
not. Oh
Okay.
my God. It's the American version is just beating the dead horse. Flogging.
Well, there
flogging
you
a
are.
dead horse. I think you don't hear that in California. You hear that in London.
So as I drink my cup of tea in the morning in the Hampton Inn in Sacramento, I'm flogging. Cheers to that. I don't know what they're going to do. I suppose they're so arrogant. They think they can do anything.
Write-in candidate. She still has time to do that.
We'll see. I mean, I'd love to run against her. That would be hilarious.
You would love to run against Harris?
Oh, yes. She's
Why?
a disastrous candidate. Kamala Harris is a completely disastrous candidate. If there's one person that captures the failure and uselessness of the Democratic establishment that's run California, giving us the highest poverty, unemployment, and cost of living in the country over the last 16 years of one-party rule, it's Kamala Harris.
Let me ask about the Trump endorsement, because you mentioned how important you think that was for you. Listen, no Republican has won statewide in California for 2 decades, right? President Trump, his approval rating is underwater in California.
Yes, so bad.
So did you really want that endorsement?
Oh,
Well, I
damn.
didn't ask for it, just to be clear. I know the president. and
Why
we've
didn't you ask for it?
Well, because to be honest, I thought that he's got other things on his mind. Like, truly.
Was there any concern there that like an endorsement could potentially hurt you?
Yes,
given
thank you
his
for
approval ratings?
asking this question.
Not at all. And in fact, every time I've been asked about it, I've said what I
Liar.
think, which is I'd be honored to have it. I am honored to have it. I just didn't think that it was top of his agenda, the California governor's race, or anywhere close to top of his agenda. But I think that the way I see it is this: whoever the Democrat candidate is, whether that's Katie Porter or Tom Steyer, or let's put her in the mix, Kamala Harris, whoever it is, will need to make the general election for the governor's race in California all about Trump, because they've got nothing else to say. The record is a disaster, a complete disaster. There's a majority in this state, in California, for change. If you look at the basic measure of whether people want to see change, the right track, wrong track number, as it's called, that is the state going in the right direction. The wrong direction number is well over 50%. I've seen 55, 56. I've seen as high as 62, 65%. A majority of Californians want change. And so that's all they've got. On the other hand, my argument will all be about California and how we need to move in a new direction. My plan is very straightforward. We can capture it in one word: Califortable. That's the theme of my campaign.
I've heard that a few times from you now.
I can go through the specific.
Oh my God. Oh my God. In effort to go away from the affordability, homie created a whole new word, Califortable. Deviate said, you hear that in London. She said, take that back over there. Yeah, she said, flogging the dead horse, not in California. But oh my God, Califortable. Stupid.
Is it based on the Californication Red Hot Chili Pepper song, or what?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I do have.
I don't
an
know.
affinity
He's
for
like,
these
I
kinds
don't
of-
know who the Red Hot Chili Peppers are. Oh my God, this guy's so dumb.
things. I wrote a book just at the, it came out about a month or so before my campaign, called Caliphalia: Reversing the Ruin of America's Worst Run State. So I guess this is the positive part. Well, actually, the positive part of it was the second part of the book, which was Califuture, how we move in a more positive direction.
Oh
So
my God,
that's gonna
this
be my job
man,
in the
this
campaign, to say,
man,
look,
and mixing words with California. Stupid.
we can be, it doesn't have to be like this. We can move in a new direction. My campaign will all be about California. Their campaign will all be about Trump. And so the question is, who prevails? That will be the argument.
Well, in a question that sort of touches on both, Califortable, you've had a pretty relentless focus on affordability and cost of living. And we've seen across the country, whether Democrat or Republican candidates have success that focus on that message. Do you want to see more of that message from the president himself?
So I want to focus on California. The fact is that the reason that we have the highest gas prices in the country by far is not anything to do with national politics or the president. The president is also president in all the other 49 states where gas prices are $2 lower than California. So it's obviously not to do with that. It's obviously to do with policies enacted by Democrats here in California.
Well, let me push back on that, because California's gas prices, yes, you're right, have long been higher than most other states, but they've also gone up in the wake of the
Yes, they
conflict
have.
with Iran. They went up by some 30% since the war started. Do you think this conflict is hurting Californians?
Well, obviously, the gas price spike, which is obviously temporary, it's caused. You can track it directly to a specific event, and when that is over, as I'm sure the president intends, it's been clear in all his remarks about it. It'll come down again. What won't come down unless we vote for a Republican governor is California's gas prices, because that's the result of the insane attempt to phase out California oil production.
I mean, Steve, there are a lot of economists that disagree with that assessment. I mean, when it comes to gas prices, they can go up fairly quickly, but can take a long time to go down. I mean, economist Mark Zandi told my political colleague Megan Messerly, quote, "I don't think we're going to go back to pre-war prices for the foreseeable future. Certainly won't be this year, won't even be next year, might not be ever." I mean, even if the war were to end tomorrow, experts say it could really take a long time before consumers here see the difference.
Right, but why? It's still going to be $2 higher in California. So that's the argument. Like, why are we paying we're the same Americans? We're paying $2 and we're paying $2 a gallon more in California than states that have no oil reserves, even though we have abundant oil reserves right here in California. It's entirely the result of Democrat policies. It's insane Democrat policies. For example, that we now import nearly 80% of the oil and gas we use in California, even though we could produce most of it here, as we once did. So in the name of climate, we're shipping oil halfway around the world in giant super tankers, spewing out carbon emissions. They're not only increasing gas prices through this insane policy, they're actually increasing carbon emissions. None of it makes sense. And so that's a very simple argument. And you go down the list of what I'm talking about under my Cal Affordable plan. $3 gas, cut your electric bills in half, your first $100,000 tax-free, a home you can afford to buy. These are very practical things that we can deliver in California if we just vote for a new governor.
$3 gas, though, is going to be difficult in this environment, again, with this conflict. I mean, look, these national issues.
No, I agree with you. By the way, I don't
California hasn't had $3 gas in forever.
Like the people I know in California are talking a lot about what this administration is doing in Iran. Like, ultimately, do you believe this conflict is in the best interest of your potential constituents in California?
So I can only affect what I'm responsible for. Right now, that's my campaign. And when I'm governor, policy in California. I think we have to stop nationalizing everything. That's been, in a sense, the problem.
It used to be all politics are local, and now it's all politics are national.
I think that's one of the problems is that California has not focused enough on what's being generated out of here. I mean, Sacramento, as mentioned, and the stuff that's being churned out by the legislature. When you have a 2/3 majority, there's no restraint on what they do. Gavin Newsom hasn't been a restraint. He's just been completely absent, even by the account of many Democrats. He's just totally disengaged. So for the last 8 years, under Jerry Brown, the previous governor, was much more engaged. He was much more interested in policy. He would engage with the legislature. As a result, some of the bad policy that came out of the 2/3
was
Democrat
basically
majority,
a leftist,
which is really a corrupt and gerrymandered supermajority. It's totally controlled by lobbyists and the unions and so on. It's completely corrupt. And so you've seen absolutely disastrous policies spew out of Sacramento that have really, really hurt, especially working class Californians and small businesses. Endless increases in cost and regulation and litigation and taxes and hassle that has given us, according to Chief Executive Magazine, for 10 years in a row, the worst business climate in America. According to US News and World Report, we're now 50th out of 50 states for opportunity. All these terrible things. It's come out of Sacramento. It's nothing to do with what's been happening at the federal. In that period, you've had Republican administration, Democrat administration in the form of the Biden administration, of course, and then nearly a couple of years now of the Trump administration. That's all been going on in Washington.
Yeah.
And yet, in
DeBate said, "Hey, Steve, maybe an alternative is walkable cities, towns, and neighborhoods, and a robust public transit."
Most of the decisions that actually affect Californians are made, and that's here in Sacramento, not in Washington.
So, Steve, I don't know if our listeners can tell, but you're British.
I'm not British, I'm American, I'll have you know.
And you are known for kind of creating the modern brand of the British conservative. Here in the United States, there's a lot of debates over, what is the Republican Party in this moment? Where's it going? I'm curious, right now, do you consider yourself a MAGA Republican?
Oh, thank you.
So let me just, first of all, on the British, I sort of joke, but I moved here in 2012 with my wife and my 2 sons, and not necessarily intending to stay forever. It's actually to do with, it's really for the sanity of our family. At the time that we moved, most of my career has been in business. I've run small businesses, including restaurants, worked for larger businesses. So most of my career in business, but I was in government for a couple of years working inside number 10 Downing Street, senior advisor to the Prime Minister, really responsible for the implementation or working to lead the implementation of our domestic policy reform program. So I had this big job in 10 Downing Street. I had my little office there next to the cabinet room. And my wife had a big job. She was then working at Google. And so when our second son was born, there was just a lot of travel and dislocation, the time difference. So for the sanity of our family, we moved to California, not necessarily intending to stay, but we absolutely loved it here. I taught at Stanford, started a business here, and just became thoroughly Californian in every way. I've been in love with California and its ideal of the kind of best of America, which is how I see it, long before we moved here. So we decided to stay and, applied for a green card. And then I became a citizen in 2021. So I really am thoroughly American in the sense that I've also renounced my UK citizenship. I've been a public figure and hosted a show on Fox for many years. As a supporter of the president, voted for President Trump in 2024. That was the first election that I was able to vote in, other than the recall election for Gavin Newsom. So yes, a supporter of the president, and as I said, honored to have his endorsement. But California is
There we
very
go.
different.
I put a poll in the chat. Do you? It's for. I wanted to do a poll to like have for the entirety of the stream, but I guess you can only do 4 answers to a question, and there's 6 people running. So right now I did the poll. Do you think a Democrat is going to win, or do you think a Republican is going to win in the debate? So we'll see. We'll see if people answer. Okay.
And California is a very, special place. And one of the things that I think is really important is that, like I said earlier, we focus on California. I consider myself a California conservative, a California Republican.
Well, the Republican state party did not endorse you even after that endorsement from Trump. What does that say about where the California Republican Party is vis-a-vis the president? Do you see that as a rebuke of Trump?
So we were just chatting. That was down in San Diego, which you know very well, beautiful part of our state.
Hide the results.
And it was an eye opener for me. It was that I'm new to this. I've never run for office before. I think that's a good
said
thing.
the water will win the
I'm
debate.
saying strongly, it's
Yes.
time for an outsider to come and shake up this system that's very corrupt. And I got to tell you, that whole endorsement process was a little bit of a reflection of that. So when you say the state party endorses, it's the process is very. I'd never seen it before. Very particular. You've got these delegates. There's 1,500 of them, something like that. Most of them don't come, and so you have all these proxy votes. I didn't know anything about any of this, and it turned out we were told. Well, first of all, my Republican opponent, a guy called Chad Bianco, he's been working on this for years. He announced a draft campaign for governor long before
what a
I
name.
even thought about running, and he'd signed up most of and nearly all the legislators, the Republican legislators, to support him long before I even entered the race. He'd played that inside game, if you like, for many, many years. And so he came into the convention believing and saying publicly that he had the votes to get the endorsement, which is a 60% threshold. And he was saying that as recently as the Friday before the vote, which was on Sunday. He said, yeah, we've got the votes. Steve's trying to block it, but I think he said that to one of your colleagues at Politico. So Steve's got the vote. Steve's trying to block it, but he can't. We've got the votes. And so honestly, to come out with a split decision and no endorsement was very much a win for us, very much. So we were very happy with the outcome. And so I think that the lesson for me is, yeah, if you play the inside game, then you've got an advantage.
Let's talk about a couple of policy issues before I let you go. I want to talk about tariffs because the president has continued to look for new ways to impose them, even after the Supreme Court struck down his most sweeping efforts. But tariffs are attacks on consumers. And a recent Yale report found that tariffs led to the average family losing almost $1,800 last year, and Californians were hit even harder.
So bad.
You've called for reducing taxes for Californians, but do you support the president's tariffs?
I think there's a real misunderstanding about the tariffs. And I think it's because people don't take enough of an overview of how the global trading system works. So we don't have in America a value-added tax.
The VAT tax.
I think it's something like 80 to 90% of our trading partners in the world do. And it ranges from, the usual range for one of those is kind of 15 to mid-20s, something like that. It's pretty high around the world. When that's translated into the trade imbalances, it also turns into an export subsidy for foreign exporters because they don't pay it for exports. And so we're at a real disadvantage because when people sell into America, they're not paying that. And so actually a 15 or so % tariff, which is where we've ended up, is actually a really good, fair leveling.
Looking at California specifically, California's Attorney General sent a letter to Congress demanding they take action to refund California businesses and consumers. Do you think Californians deserve a refund?
Yes.
They deserve a refund from the Democrat policies that are giving us the highest cost of living in the country.
Oh my God, what a way to
Electric bills are
twist
more than double
the
the national
story.
average. Gas price is the highest in the country.
But not from the Supreme Court ruling on the IEEPA tariff?
Anything that the federal government has done in the last 2 years pales into almost complete insignificance compared to what the Democrat policies have done in California. We actually did put a cost on it. We compared the cost of living in California on all the key areas, rent and housing, groceries, electric, or everything in the sort of typical household budget with the US average. And here's the number. The typical Californian pays $35,000 a year more as a direct result of Democrat policies. I call it the California
What?
Democrat tax. $35,000.
California
Many people, it's
Democrat
much higher. That's the
tax.
average.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
$35,000. That's what I'm focused on. America as a whole voted for President Trump, and he was very clear about the tariffs as part of his plan. That's the result of the election nationally in 2024. I'm focused on 2026 in California. My goal, and that what I will be able to influence as governor, is to bring down that Democrat tax so that we're not imposing all these
Down
costs
that
on Californians
Democrat
from right here in
tax.
California.
California right now is also suing the administration for its new 10% global tariffs. Would you halt that lawsuit if you were elected?
Yes, it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, we're so sick of these, performative politics from Gavin Newsom and Bonta. They spent all their time fighting Trump instead of fighting for Californians. It's ridiculous. It's just such a distraction. And meanwhile, everything gets worse.
The other big issue in California is AI. It's an issue in California. It's an issue everywhere. I know you've been skeptical of regulating AI, but
Yes.
do you think that a technology this powerful and disruptive should be left solely in the hands of private companies, in many cases just individuals, like the Sam?
Wait, before we get to the AI question, what music/artist is each candidate listening to before the debate? That would be really cool. I would love to know, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Hold on. Let me ask the question in the chat here. Got it. What do you think? What chat? What song/music do you think you pick? Chad Bianco probably listening to some country music. Steve Hilton listening to British rap. Um, oh my God. Javier Becerra, what do you think he's listening to Mexican music? Is that racist of me to say that he's listening to mariachi music before going? Katie Porter? Katie Porter? Leonard Skinnard? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go for it. Tom Steyer. Oh, Bashona in a box said not good with the music taste, yeah. Stardust said my money is on Bianco listening to Leonard Skinnard. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Stardust City Hag. Wait, let's go to their Instagram pages. Hold on. Becer. Okay, let's check out their stories. Maybe. There you go. This is Becerra for governor. This has got freaking Lincoln Park. Oh, damn. Okay, that's it. So Becerra is apparently listening to Lincoln Park. Okay. Stardust City said Katie Porter total fanalo. Oh, she's listening to a little Copacabana. Wait. Okay, here. Let's go to Katie Porter. Let's see what's in her stories.
There's no escaping the whiteboard. You know how to spend $31 million a year in salary, and you can't figure out how to make up a $567 a month shortfall. Because facts don't lie. If I were to look at a pill and analyze it from
Okay. Oh my God, she posted a picture of. Hold on, I don't know. I didn't learn about bankruptcy from a textbook. I learned it from Elizabeth Warren's classroom, where I heard my own family's story. Small business Oh, hold on, I wasn't done. Small business owners who took a risk for the American dream only to be crushed by a system designed to favor the few. Oh my God. Look at in 2001. All right. So let's see. Becerra had Lincoln Park, Likin, right? Okay, let's see. This is 5 hours ago. 5 hours. 5 hours. Oh, 53 minutes. Okay, she said tune in live at 7 p.m. That's it. All right, let's go to her most recent post then and see.
Only had to worry about their grade.
I'm sorry. No, I can't say it. No, I need to say it. Is Katie Porter on Ozempic? I'm sorry, I had to say it. Is Katie Porter on Ozempic? What is this? This does not look like how she did before. Okay.
As governor, I won't owe a thing to the
boring.
Congresswoman Katie Porter did it again.
Katie Porter holding corporations and their greed accountable.
Damn.
Mr. Ollis, you are CEO of Celgene. Celgene makes Revlimid, a cancer drug. Do you know what the price of Revlimid was when it first hit the market in 2005?
I don't remember the number, but it was...
It was $215 for one pill.
All right. Let's see. Does she have like another fan edit of herself? I mean, Javier Becerra had the little fan edit, the fan cam of him. Is this a fan cam? No, this is just a post. You know what? Okay. All right. We're saying we're assuming chat Katie wait, here we go. Oh, I guess I need to end this poll. End poll. All right. Start a new poll. Katie Porter listens to ... Barry Manilow, I think that's how you spell it. What's another option for Katie Porter? I feel like what's that one lady who did the Running Up the Hill song? Kate Bush, thank you. What's another option that Katie Porter would listen to? Wait, let's look up what Katie Porter's age is. She's 52 years old. Okay, so she's Gen X through and through, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see. If she was born in 1974, what year would it be when she was 18? Hold on, let me get my calculator. We're doing math on the stream. Oh, damn. Okay. 2020. Oh, we're 2026. Minus. Oh, wait, no, that's to figure out how old she is. I'm stupid. Clear. Okay, 1974 plus. Let's do 19 years old. Oh, 93. Okay, so we have to put some grunge in there then, right? But I feel like she does have a stick up her ass. And let's see. Billboard 1993 like top 100s. Okay. Oh, Whitney Houston? Okay, I'll put Whitney Houston on there. Okay, and then last option. Not Janet Jackson. We need like Duran Duran? Okay, Duran Duran. Start poll. There we go. All right, chat. Tell me, what kind of music would would Miss Catherine, is her full name I need to figure out what Kathleen is short. Katie. Goddamn. You would think I'm not sober right now, but I'm completely sober. Okay, Catherine Moore Porter. Thank you. See, look at here. She is in 2019. I know that's like 7 years ago at this point, but you know. Okay. Yeah. So we got Katie Porter. Who else? What the frick would Steve Hilton listen to? He probably just like play. What's like a band or a musician that you listen to a lot? Like what's a overtly American, cuz he needs to earn some of that American street cred, He ain't got none of it. I don't know. We'll think on it. I guess I need to look up his freaking thing. Okay. Steve Hilton.
So why is our gas in California always $2 higher than the rest of the country?
What's the price, bro, though?
Instead of getting our oil from Kern County, a couple of hundred miles away, we are shipping it in from Iraq, 7,500 miles away, because of Democrat policies.
Oh, yeah,
Democrat
policies.
We will
Okay.
use California oil, and we'll get gas prices down to $3 gas.
Nah, no way. Okay.
We the people.
23.
Well, it was 1 year ago today that we launched our campaign to make California golden again on that beautiful sunny day. Huntington Beach, thousands of people came out, and since then we've been up and down every part of our state. Many thousands of you have come out. I am so grateful to everyone who's put us ahead, leading in the polls.
Oh, he's so short. He's so short.
The endorsement of the leader of our party.
Okay.
It's incredible. It really is hilarious.
Nope. Okay. He ain't got no music. Let's see.
Well, I'm deeply honored to have the endorsement.
Oh, cringe. Wait.
Working with them right now by taking an answer. 100%.
That's right. That's Chad Bianco. Okay. Homie don't got any music on his videos. Okay. Okay. Javier Becerra, we already got him. Matt Mahan. Let's check out Matt Mahan's page. Okay. He did some Chinese New Year thing, I think.
When you have a movement and it's real, it usually grows faster than the system.
I grew up in a small farming town on the central.
Stop. Okay, he said tune in on YouTube.
Part of it too is we have to update the curriculum in a lot of ways.
Okay, no one's vibing. No one is vibing, before the debate. We got 1 more hour till they go live. I think this is gonna go live soon. No, not yet. Okay. Oh, never mind. I thought it said it was gonna go live at 6, but whatever. Okay.
Another shakeup in the race for governor. Another candidate drops out while a new poll shows a shift for who might take the top spot. CBS LA political reporter Tom Waite joins us now to break it all down for us. I love new information.
I know, and we've talked about this, how unpredictable this is, and it makes it very interesting for journalists to cover it because there's just no huge star in this, right? So it's kind of up for grabs. All right, so tonight, as Pat was talking about, one of the lower polling Democrats gave in to party pressure and quit the race. We'll tell you who that is in just a second. But party bosses, Democrats that is, are still worried too many Democrats remain. Meanwhile, the top polling Republican
and the
appears
pressure
to be
was just
consolidating
me.
support after President Trump's endorsement.
In California's crowded race for governor, the field shrinks once again. Former state controller Betty Yee announced Monday she is dropping out.
Look, this is a race where it could come down to fractions of a percentage point.
Rob Stutzman is a political strategist who worked as a deputy chief of staff under former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. Stutzman says with so many Democratic candidates carving up the vote, Yee's departure could make a difference in the top two primary.
The cliche, every vote counts, could be very true in this very crowded, very close field of Democrats.
Monday, the state Democratic Party continued its pressure campaign on low-polling Dem candidates, releasing a new survey showing once again the two Republican candidates holding the top two spots. If those leads hold in the June primary, Democrats will be locked out of the general election, though some political experts doubt that will happen.
Democrats are coming late to the party, but at least now they're starting to pay attention, and I feel the drama of this election is actually going to bring out voters to the polls.
Much of that drama playing out last week after now former Democratic Congressman and frontrunner Eric Swalwell dropped out of the race following accusations of rape and sexual assault.
A race that was already confusing, I think, to a lot of voters and very hard to forecast is even more so now.
The latest polls still show around 20% of voters remain undecided.
Yeah, that's right. 23% undecided.
Always is going to be with a no party preference, the independent voters who are basically the swing voters. Where are they going to gravitate?
Democrat Javier Becerra appears to be the biggest beneficiary of Swalwell's demise, and polls show Republican Steve Hilton increasing his support since he was endorsed by President Trump.
Here's the other thing. Hilton has more money than Bianco. So
I feel like,
Hilton's going to be able
whoa,
to
that
tell,
was such
Hilton
a...
has more money than Bianco.
Look at Bianco, bro. He's got Donald Trump should have endorsed this dude. This is the Republican Party. This is what MAGA wants. I feel like 80% of Proud Boys look like Chad Bianco. Or maybe not 80%, but like a good chunk of them wishes they look like Chad Bianco.
So Hilton's going to be able to tell Republicans, I'm endorsed by Trump.
Political experts say a lot can change in the next few weeks as candidates ramp up their ad campaigns and, of course, the debates. And I think I know a moderator who's sitting right over there at one of those debates.
Oh, is she going to be a mod
yes,
too?
You are also going
Nice.
to participate. That's April 28th, 5:30 p.m.
That's
and we hope people will watch. But I just really enjoy hearing your reporting, Tom, leading up to all of this, because there have been so many twists and turns, and 20% at least undecided still.
Exactly. And I think, Pat, that's such an important number to think about, right? Because that 20% could completely blow up this race in so many different directions.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to watch.
There we go.
All right.
We'll watch you.
We'll watch you too. Thanks so much,
All
Tom.
right. Okay, let's do some little bit of local news before we get into the debates. I wanted to read this article written or from the Raincross Gazette. It's a really good I was going to say newspaper, but I don't know if they actually do print. I think they just do online. But this is from April 21st, titled Letter to the Editor, a call for a higher standard in public comments at city council meetings. I want to address the tone and conduct that has developed across more than 6 recent meetings. Healthy debate is expected in the chamber, strong disagreement is expected, but the repeated pattern of baseless accusations, personal attacks, and shaming directed at council members is no good. It does not strengthen arguments and it does not improve outcomes. Across these meetings, coordinated groups have delivered harsh and personal language towards the dais. In one instance, a speaker even accused the council of mocking them because of facial expressions. Council members are human. They listen, they react, they think. Interpreting normal human reactions as disrespect while delivering aggressive or accusatory comments creates an unhealthy double standard. Wow. It also has become easy for some speakers to attack the council, particularly on items related to helping disadvantaged populations. The seriousness of the subject seems to be used as permission to speak in a manner they themselves would never tolerate if directed at them. Strong advocacy is appropriate, but baseless accusations, shaming, and personal attacks do not strengthen the argument. They only undermine the integrity of the discussion. Now I have to wonder, what the heck was happening in these city hall meetings that someone got so heated that they have to, write a letter to the editor saying, this is not how to do politics, actually. Disagreement is part of public life, but turning policy discussions into character judgments, assigning motives without evidence, and using emotional pressure instead of facts undermines the integrity of the process. These tactics do not reflect the standards of civic engagement that this community deserves. I'd be really interested to like talk to the person that wrote this, and say like, don't. Okay, I don't know anything about city hall meetings or supervisor or any of that stuff. I never watched any of those meetings until I started this channel, essentially, until I started this broadcast, this stream. I did not actively watch them. I did not know anything about them. Possibly back then, it could have been a time where the only people that were involved in local politics were people that were more informed about the local politics. But I feel like, and this is a big assumption, right? I feel like a lot of the people that are going to these city hall meetings and going to their local municipality meetings and stuff and voicing their opinion is because of politics at the national level, right? And we can't easily access, we can't go to a city hall meeting and yell at Donald Trump, or, go to any of those White House stuff, right? So I think a lot of people are upset, especially with all of the ICE activity, ICE raids, and just, bad, security. Like, these people should be protecting us, not harming our communities and putting fear in everyone, right? But it's happened, and where else are the citizens of the neighborhoods and regions? Where else are they supposed to go to voice their opinion or to try to get help from another government actor, right? Like, obviously they probably didn't vote for Trump if they're there complaining at City Hall about ICE, but it still needs to be a place. So whoever wrote this, it's like, I feel like you're being a little bit too much, but who knows? Maybe they are really out of control and people are, like monsters there, but I don't know. As a constructive suggestion, the presiding officer could remind public commentators to keep their remarks clear of personal attacks, accusations, and shaming. A simple direction at the start of public comments, encouraging speakers to focus on the issues rather than individuals, would help maintain a respectful environment for everyone. We can debate policy without demeaning people. We can express concern without attacking character. We can advocate without assuming bad intent. The community benefits when arguments are made on their merits, not on their volume or hostility of delivery. I can agree with that. I am asking that we hold ourselves to a higher standard of respect in the council chamber. The public deserves a civic environment where ideas are discussed constructively and where all participants, including council members, are treated with basic dignity. All right, this was written by Mark Elliott. So yeah, crazy. We'll have to tune into some of those Riverside City Hall meetings because I'm sure they are crazy. Oh yeah, AI regulation. I don't think we need to see the rest of this. Steve Hilton. But I did want to watch like a Chad Bianco interview, and I noticed that Sean Spicer has a YouTube channel, and 3 days ago he interviewed Chad Bianco.
Sheriff, good to see you. How's the campaign going?
It's going well. We're very happy.
All right, so just give me the strategy. How is it that you make a runoff and then win the general election?
Yeah, it's math, and it's also message.
Okay.
We've been 14, 15 months now. We've been traveling the state, grassroots effort with a common sense message of public safety, anti-corruption, doing common sense things for business, doing common sense things for cost of living, lowering all of those things, basically making it livable in California again. And I have the natural position that it's resonating well with people. I've been doing public service, irrefutable, respectable leadership public service for 33 years, 8 in the 4th largest sheriff's office in the country. And that street cred of that leadership ability that I'm doing this for other people. This isn't about myself. This isn't about a personal agenda, a political agenda. This is about me repeating what I've done in Riverside County on a state level, making sure that our government is representing Californians and not special interests.
A lot of Republicans get excited about the prospect of 2 Republicans making the runoff. Do you think that's realistic? And is that part of your strategy?
It's definitely not part of our strategy. That's not even anything that we even think of. If it works out that way, even better, because we know even on our side in California, this is a 60-40, 70-30 in my favor on the Republican side. And so we know that that would benefit me for sure. It certainly is going to benefit California if we have a guaranteed governor come after June. If we have a guaranteed Republican governor, that is nothing but a positive for California.
Damn. So Steve Hilton was talking shit. Steve Hilton was talking so much mad hate against Chad Bianco. And Chad Bianco's here saying, it doesn't matter to me as long as we get a Republican. Deviate said, yeah, nah, let's not repeat what you did in Riverside. Yeah. I want to get to the Riverside Board of Supervisors meeting to see them talk about Chad Bianco's little lawsuits he's got.
The strategy then just finish first or second, or hey, I really want to win that first slot in the runoff?
I mean, ultimately, it's first or second. It doesn't matter. The goal is get to November.
Okay, so let's
can't
assume,
win without getting to
So
November.
let's assume just for let's do the first thing first. So you got this runoff coming up. Obviously, President Trump's weighed in for Steve Hilton. What's your message to Republicans who say, well, if President Trump thinks Steve Hilton's a guy, why should they vote for the sheriff?
History.
Okay.
I mean, you can talk history of what I have been able to accomplish with my leadership ability for other people. I am in a predominantly blue county. I have blue supervisors. I am obviously red. I mean, my reputation is anti-lockdowns, anti-masks, anti-vaccine, all of these very pro-Republican issues.
Wow.
And I am one of the most, if not the most, popular elected official in Riverside County history that's blue. I didn't get there because of politics. It was because of leadership ability and the ability to get things done in government. And I'm winning 60-40. And I mean, unfortunately for politics in this state, our president lost 60-40 in a blue state. And it's I think that's going to play a major factor in November. It may not play a factor in June. I mean, it's definitely is going to benefit Steve in June, but not for November.
Let's just assume you get past June. You're in that runoff. And again, if it's red on red, that's great. We all win.
Red on red.
If it's not, what's your message to Democrats in independents in California, where we need to have more? I mean, like, again, Republicans are at a disadvantage. How do you go out there and appeal to non-Republicans to vote for you in November?
Yeah, the 33 years of my already unpolitic commitment to community, to my constituents, I mean, that is my resume. I have a resume of non-political service. And so when you look at what I have to offer, I've already secured the endorsement of the independent party. So I already have the middle, and I have the majority of the right. I'm looking for the majority, even a simple majority, maybe even a minority of the left who doesn't necessarily want to be socialist and who are really thinking common sense of security, of less government, of less bloat, of less waste, of making it to where their kids are safe to go to school, or whether their spouse or whether they are safe to go to the grocery store at night. So that ability that I have of the 33 years of my adult life is truly irrefutable service to other people. And it's resonating extremely well in California because that's what we're looking for. California has been void of leadership, void of truth, void of honesty, and people are looking for a sheriff who represent those values to rescue our state.
Big state. No,
it's enormous.
Don't need to tell you, but I come from Rhode Island, so this is a very big.
Wow.
How do you propose to have the resources necessary to communicate the message that you're talking about if you get past June to the entire state? Because that's what I think people are going to look and say, whoever that Republican is, if it's one of the two, in June, will they have the resources to make a compelling case for November?
Oh, we absolutely will. And we absolutely will, because the entire country is going to want a change of California. There's a reason why there's a saying, so goes California, so goes the rest of the country. And the rest of the country wants California to succeed. So we are already in talks with, after this primary, I mean, should a Republican, and knowingly it's going to be me, going into the general election, the entire country is going to be weighing in on this election, whether it's resources or support or social media or even regular media, because we absolutely have to have California succeed. California can't fail if the country wants to succeed. And unfortunately, our one-party rule for more than a decade, almost 2 decades now, is showing that we can negatively affect the entire country. So it's important to turn this around.
As you mentioned, you've been a leader in law enforcement. A lot of kudos for how you handled COVID, vaccine. I mean, just
Wow.
That plays very well with Republicans. It seems like sometimes the left gets repulsed by these common sense policies that you championed. When you go around California, is that something that you would say common sense people buy into what I did, or is this, and it's just a figmentation of the left, or is that a real concern for some people in California?
I think it's only a concern for the far left.
Okay.
The middle of the road people that are not influenced by emotional decisions of party only, emotional decisions of someone else telling them what to do or believing the truth unequivocally without investigating it on their own. I think the majority of people can look and say, well, that doesn't make sense, or I think we need a different choice. California, predominantly Democrat, I mean, everybody is talking about how California is more on the liberal side, but how did we vote for by a 70% margin in every county in the
DVA said we actually carry the red states. That's 100% true. We sure do. California is America's big brother, and we provide like a lot of the taxes, a lot of the economy, it's
in the state for a completely opposite direction on crime and public safety. It's because they know that the agenda in Sacramento, which is far left, is absolutely backwards. I have Democrat current elected official Democrats that don't have the courage to come out in public, but they are telling me that them and their family are supporting me, and they're doing everything they can behind the scenes because they know that it has to be a person of my ability to lead others to get into that position so we can make changes. We're desperately looking for a leader in California, and fortunately for me, unfortunately for Steve, you don't get to just tell people you're a leader. It takes effort. It takes a
okay,
task,
finally,
and you
finally,
have to earn that respect of being a leader. You don't get to be anointed as a leader, and that's what people are looking for me for. That's what this ground roots effort of Californians to get behind my campaign. It isn't fueled by big business. It's not fueled by my own money. It's fueled by Californians throwing in $1, throwing in $5. My biggest thing that I am proud of is I have inmates from state prison.
Wow.
Who know that I am completely anti-crime, and they are sending me $5 a month, what they make per month from their work crews in prison.
What a dystopian ass future. He said that there are inmates in prison donating their little bit of money that they make to his campaign. No way. No way. That's crazy. Bianco's side literally looks at well-studied research and facts, and they reject it and say it's an opinion. Yeah. Typical Trump Republican move. That's crazy.
They are sending that to my campaign.
Why?
They know California is broken.
So these guys are incarcerated now, but saying, when I get out, I want to live in a better California?
2 of them are incarcerated for life. They know they're never getting out, but they know that this state is broken. And when I walk through my jails, the people who are in my jails, that my staff is like, oh, we have to protect him. We have to, keep the inmates away from him. And the inmates want high fives, and they're like, oh, my mom supports you. My mom and dad love you. We know. The entire state knows California is broken, and fortunately, what I want the rest of the country to know, that we are only broken because of the far left leadership that is destroying our state. I have nothing against a Democrat that is middle of the road, common sense.
You can find one.
Well, yes, and I know they're there because I'm working with them currently in our current legislature. They reach out to me behind the scenes to make sure that I can either offer amendments to their bills or whether I'm going to say yes or no or come out vocally against it. They don't want me coming out vocally against their bills because they know I have a voice in California, and I am working with them. I want to work with them. That's how government is supposed to work, where we all work together to make sure. I may not be perfectly happy and I may not support their bill, but I'm not going to be against it. I may see that it has benefit for a certain few or even if it's 50% of the population, but we can't make these rules like we have been doing that 40% of the population affects the entire 100. That's the problem with California, is big city involvement and big city laws and big city rules are affecting California, which realistically is 90% rural.
Last thing, for someone who hears this right now and says, I like what the sheriff just said.
Did he say California is realistically 90% rural? Oh my God. I don't even want to try to fact check that, because that's saying that 10% is suburban and urban and only 10% of California is not rural. Nah, I don't know. No, it can't be true. Whatever.
I want to help them out. What do you want them to do?
BiancoForGovernor.com. You can definitely help support the campaign and every social media platform, Sheriff Chad Bianco. This is about getting the word out. It's about spreading the news.
Okay, we don't need to give him a promo. All right, let's get into this Board of Supervisors meeting real quick from Riverside. This is our first official not live, but Board of Supervisor meeting that we are watching from Riverside. I don't even know any of these.
We have 12 awardees from 4 different departments, and I'll call up the department head and
He's here in person.
Okay, we'll move on to 2.17. We'll come back. He could be in the little boys' room.
He could be in the boys' room.
Sorry, I'm going to give him an opportunity. Why don't you talk on 2.17?
We have one member of the public, Ivana Uriarte, and Ivana is online.
Oh man, they actually let
Good morning.
people
Can you all hear me?
call in from
Yes,
online.
we can.
That's
Yes, we
cool.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Ivana, Housing and Land Use Policy Advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I work alongside ECD residents and Unidos por Viviendas Justas y Dignas who advocate for programs that reflect community housing needs and priorities in the housing element. We appreciate the work staff has put into this report, as well as the coordination across departments and partners, and the continued engagement with us to provide updates and incorporate resident feedback in the housing element. However, after reviewing the report, I would like to highlight a key concern. There appears to be gaps between planning and implementation. Much of the report describes efforts as ongoing or in progress, which makes it hard to understand what actually has been completed. It would be helpful.
I look forward to the website that's coming up soon.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you all for your support on this as well.
And I make a motion to approve this. Second.
Okay, that's, you know what, Riverside is, it's nice
Supervisor
how they
Medina?
put the actual...
Supervisor Spiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Washington?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Supervisor Gutierrez?
Yes.
Let the record reflect the item passing as unanimous.
Wow.
Okay, 2.18.
This is way more better organized than
Daryl Terrell?
This is way more organized than San Bernardino County. DVA said, I'll call up the department and they literally just bring a head of lettuce. Yeah, that'd be fun.
A long time.
I'm doing good, sir. And good morning, Honorable Chair Spiegel and Honorable Supervisors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to stand here before you today. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to my Supervisor, Honorable Supervisor Gutierrez, for placing your trust in me. That trust is not something I take lightly. It's something I carry with humility and with a deep sense of responsibility.
Okay,
I've had the honor of serving as a planning
blah, blah,
commissioner
blah.
for the city of Moreno Valley, where I was entrusted with decisions that don't just live on paper. They shape people's lives. And I tell you, those decisions aren't always easy. Because when you sit up there on that dais, you quickly learn that doing what's right isn't always what's popular. You hear from a small business owner fighting to stay open.
2 point what?
3.3.
Oh, it's shown in a box. No, it's starting at 7 p.m. I'm sorry. We is it starting? Nah, it's not starting yet. Okay. Yeah, we got 50 more minutes until the actual debate starts. But that's good because we got a lot of stuff to cover.
No, we're not there yet.
Okay, that's my next item. That's the only other one. Thank you.
Oh, look, a guy who's wearing a Chad Bianco for Governor shirt speaks at the Riverside County Board of Supervisors. That's crazy. Maybe Chad Bianco does have a lot of support.
County treasurer. I just wanted to inform the public.
Maybe there really is prisoners inside. Maybe there really is prisoners inside the jails that are in support of Chad Bianco. If this guy, that's crazy.
At large, that this is assets from taking people's personal properties, like homes, properties, and fees and other assets that the county has collected. So look at those. Anyway, just consider that when you think they're doing a real good job. And item 3.3, are you already past that?
2 point what?
3.3.
No, we're not there yet.
Okay, that's my next item. That's
Okay.
the only other one. Thank you.
Okay. So we're 2.8.
Oh my God!
Your motion?
The Chad Bianco
So moved.
supporter.
What do you want me to spell out the motion? I move staff's recommendation.
Oh
Yes, you were fine.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Medina? Yes. Supervisor Spiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Washington?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Supervisor Gutierrez?
Yes.
Let the record reflect the item passing as unanimous.
Okay, next is 3.2. So I don't know who wants to come up. Chief Fish, do you want to come up?
Yeah, Bianco shirt, that's nuts. Okay, something about
Yes, ma'am.
firefighters.
2.2.
Oh
correct?
my God, it's so much
Yes,
more
we have one-
nicer that they put the
Supervisor
agenda
Medina?
item on the
Supervisor
screen.
Spiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Washington?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Supervisor Gutierrez?
Yes.
Let the record reflect the item passing as unanimous.
At this $36,000, and that's one
Damn, look
department.
at they
from
even
the-
have a top-down cam to show information like papers. Wow, Riverside County is way
And this
nicer
is
than
Office of
Bernardino
Aging.
County.
You know, the county provides food to the Janet Goski Foundation, and you guys are worried about the meals over there. And look at the money that's just going out of here. I really want you guys in the future to be locked up. I've told you this
What?
before. And the arrogance. I'll tell Sean later on today, Mr. Medina, too, that I told you that you should be locked up.
Oh
for
my
committing-
God, look, a Trump 20. Oh my God, there's really a lot of conservatives here. I thought Chad Bianco said that this was a blue county.
3.23.
We have one public speaker, Errol Koshowitz.
I wouldn't have guessed he was up at the dais before you could have said his name.
Put this one up here, okay? Put this on the overhead projector. Thank you very much, you guys. I wanted to talk on the Office of Aging today.
Oh my God,
requested, like I
yes.
said, I've been requesting public
No, he's
records
wearing
here
a Trump 2026
since before all you
hat,
guys
I
were
think.
here.
No,
So
Trump 2028.
this purchase order, Office of Aging, provided $36,000 to Area Consulting LLC. Another LLC, like I said, I have probably close to 1,000 purchase orders now from the county of Riverside. Vendors that you say do better job doing whatever. I don't know still. We provided, if you can read this, it says $36,000 from the Office of Aging to Area Consulting LLC. Now, this is in New York. Why are we providing $36,000 to a consulting firm in New York, you guys? This is your records again. What I've had to pretty much threaten you guys for the last years to get it, but I'm starting to get them because it's been a while. We have a lot of issues, guys. We have no accountability to our public funds. You have committed so much fraud. It makes my head spin looking at it. I got paid. Like I said, I got close to 1,000 of these purchase orders now, and they're just made up LLCs and nonprofits and 36,000.
Okay, we'll Google this real quick. Apartment 11C, interesting. Deviate said, "Isn't San Bernardino County red, but by a little bit?" Yeah, I think it's changing more purple now, but I could be wrong. But Riverside County, I don't know. That's purple. Chad Bianco said it was blue, but I don't know, man. Area Consulting LLC, 10 Waterside Plaza. Ten Waterside PLC. Z. New York. Oof, this is not looking good. This is not looking like a business. What is this? Plaza building. Well, maybe it is a business. Okay. Apartment 11C. And what did they must have County Riverside purchase order. Okay. What did they order though? $36,000. Integrated software. That's what it's for. Okay, so they're a software company. Dumbass. Area Consulting Design Builder. Just okay. Sustainable Architecture and Engineering is a firm of engineers and architects deserve background in consultancy. Okay. Building developers, construction companies, planning consultants, provide bodies, all things. We encourage our clients. Okay. Huh. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's sus. I don't even know what this is headquarters in Paisaia, Gipuz. I don't even know what this. Where is Pasia? Is a town and municipality in the province of. Okay, it's in Spain. Sorry, it's in northern Spain. That's so weird. Pasaia, Gipuzacoa, founded in 2007. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Deviate said, is this a scam company? I do not know. Okay. Well, this was their LinkedIn profile. Let's see. Maybe it's this. Aria Software. Future of Commerce. Future of IT. Okay. At least the way that the PO, I mean the purchase order, has it listed, the $36,000 is for it says integrated software, and it's for the Office of Aging. But it's crazy how the vendor Aria Consulting has this. This is their headquarters. Let's see if we can like look around. Waterside Plaza. Whoops. Okay, we're doing peak investigative journalism. This just looks like, I swear to God, it just looks like an apartment complex. Yeah, it like, whoa. Okay, hold on. This is an apartment complex. Let's see. Like these look like bedrooms. Okay, whatever. Crazy. Like, where's the main entrance to this poor building? Here, let's look at it like this. Okay, so, whoops. Oh my God. Okay. So this is Waterside Plaza. Oh, there's like a lot of businesses that are based out of this building. Interesting. There we go. British International School. Is bro working out on an apartment complex? The LinkedIn page said 2 to 10 employees. I don't know if that means anything. Yeah, that's freaking weird. British International School is also in this building. Weird. Let me do a Google search of 10 Waterside Plaza, New York City. Okay. Waterside Plaza is residential and business complex. Okay, so it might be legitimate. That's just crazy though. The complex is made up of residential towers as well as duplex townhomes clad in brown brickwork that encompasses the large plaza overlooking the East River. 3 of the towers are 37 stories high, and 1 tower has 31 stories. Okay. Okay. So it's just like a historical New York City building. I mean, it looks cool. It's interesting building, but like, yeah, I tend to agree with freaking whichever guy was bringing this up. Why are we not doing business with Californian companies? You know, like it has a US address, but then we go and look at the LinkedIn profile. For a software company, 2 to 10 employees, I think software involves a lot of collaboration, especially if it's software that the county of San Bernardino, I mean, county of Riverside is paying $36,000 for. Works. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Let's look at their employees. Okay. This does not look like a real person. Kathy Slowinski. CEO at Trilogy. Kathy leads the Copper Tree, Jigsaw, and Aria portfolios, overseeing more than $100 million in revenue under management with strong background in scaling. What is this? Kathy is also the founder of The AI BoS, a publication dedicated to helping business leaders cut through the hype and apply AI in practical, highly impact ways. Through her work, she empowers organizers smart scale. Oof. Oof, this is already sounding bad. We're using AI. At area of whatever this area, we're refining entrepreneurship software through transformative power of artificial intelligence. Our mission is to give every customer access to AI-driven solutions across our entire portfolio. Oh, man. Wow. Okay. I think whatever the heck. Let's see. Is there any other description on this? Like, this is something they had to ship too? Oh no, dispatch via email. Never mind. Wow.
$1,000 to whatever. And this is Office of Aging Department. Can you imagine what I have of other departments? Everybody here needs to be locked up, Chuck. It's not laughable.
Everyone
it's serious,
needs to
Chuck.
be locked up.
You should be locked up. And I've told you this before. And I've told everybody on this board, Mr. Perez, I've told Mr. Washington, and Karen, I know I've told you.
Hold on, let me look up the Riverside. Aging. All right, who we are. Oh, man. So they have social media. Whatever. $36,000 for some software from a sketchy company. I don't know. Who knows? At least this dude is out here raising awareness to it.
You should be locked up. Money laundering, fraud, corruption is a crime.
I don't know how this is money laundering.
There's no accountability
fraud,
to this $36,000. And that's one department from you. And this is Office of Aging. You know, the county provides food to the Janet Goski Foundation. And you guys are worried about the meals over there. And look at the money that's just going out of here. I really want you guys in the future to be locked up. I told you this before. And the arrogance. I'll tell Sean later on today, Mr. Medina, too, that I told you that you should be locked up for committing fraud, bribery, money laundering, interfering with election, buying votes, everything.
My God. You know what? This guy, I know he's wearing a Trump 2028 hat, but I would really like him to take this same energy into the Iran war and investigate all the money that we're wasting there.
You have a blessed day, you guys. I'll be making more comments this afternoon with you. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. These people are ridiculous.
Just speak on your items. Next time, we won't wait for you. You need to stay in the room if you got an item pulled.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
I'm not playing games with you today.
What are we doing?
Speak. Your time's already started.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, my
my time.
God. What are we doing? Playing games here? Oh, okay.
Wait.
Sheriff Coroner, approve agreement
We have 3.
with U.S. Drug Enforcement
Not playing games
to
with me?
accept domestic cannabis eradication, suppressing.
Your time's
Brother.
going.
Is there an I don't get shit.
Oh, my God.
I suggest you stop talking.
Wow.
Who are you looking for? You looking to the sheriff?
I'm looking right at you.
Okay. I suggest you stop talking. Unless you're going to answer some questions. Now, is there an investigation into the Riverside County Sheriff right now for, how do we put this? Industrializing rape.
What?
Is there? Yes or no?
This is your
Oh
time.
my God,
I'm asking
yes.
you a question. You seem to be blabbing.
Oh,
So I'm asking you a direct
big main
question.
character syndrome. Big main character syndrome with this guy. Devious said, "What is bro doing? He thinks he's in a movie." Yes, he dressed up. He said, "Leonardo DiCaprio in Inception. Don't worry, I'm your body double."
Is there an investigation into the Riverside County Sheriff for industrializing rape? Meaning, the Riverside County Sheriff uses rape as a form of coercion, blackmail,
Yeah.
intimidation, punishment? Is there an investigation into that? Yes or no? Is there a representative from the sheriff that could answer that? Can you answer that, sir? Is there an investigation into that? Yes or no?
Please don't respond.
Don't tell him what to do. Don't tell him what to do. In fact, that is against the law. You cannot give him orders as he cannot give you orders. So it's against the law. It's in the Constitution. It's not hard. Go ahead and look it up.
Can we remove this individual?
Oh,
You're
we're
going to remove me?
We're gonna kick
For
him
what?
out.
For what? What am I being removed for?
For disturbing everybody. Disturbing the dais.
For what?
Oh
What
my
are you
God.
smiling at?
Look at Chad Bianco's goons. What does he have in his pocket? Oh, okay, he's. Oh my God, this man. Why does he have so many sunglasses?
He's leaving.
Oh, oh my God. Damn. He's making a whole scene. Making a whole scene. All right, next.
3.1, 3.32, 3.33.
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Supervisor Medina.
Aye.
Supervisor Spiegel.
Thank you.
When it comes to Jacqueline Cochran, and I'd like for a short report as to what's happening here. Hopefully you got the phone call that you're going to be called on.
Item is one of the many economic development things that we're working on for Jackie Cochran Regional Airport. This item is about selling a hangar from one owner to another owner and the consent to a sublease of the ground. We're also working on our air traffic control tower, which is their developed lease.
Because, right, we're folks off that.
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding.
And passing as unanimous.
Yes, 19.1.
We have two members
my
of the
God, she
public.
looks so
Errol
old.
Koshowitz, followed by David Hansen.
Okay, we got the Trump hat guy back again.
To say something about Harmony also. We do not need to keep giving money to people that I believe, in my opinion, that are child trafficking.
Oh my God.
We need to investigate Harmony, and you should not be giving public funds to a child trafficker. That's my opinion, what I've been by there and looked at. And we have a lot of issues, guys. We should not be providing public funds. We need that to be investigated. The facility needs to be investigated.
Oh my God. It's like a
Mr.
halfway
Medina
house.
doesn't want to talk with my group. They asked for a meeting with him, and he's refused to talk to them. So I believe public funds should not be going to that place, period. We need an investigation federally to investigate that place, what's going on in the barn,
The barn?
what's going on everywhere.
There's a barn?
To give a funding of $100 million or whatever it is, I don't even know what you guys are giving them now. So, but to give a consultant firm $75 million, $76 million, we don't need consulting firms, guys. We need a federal law investigator firm. That's what we need to investigate you criminals.
He said we don't need consultants. We need federal money investigation. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Being a California resident, born and raised in Orange County, I'm just disgusted to look what California has become.
Well,
The fraud, the money laundering to Harmony needs to stay here. They should not get any funds right now, period. You have a blessed day, you guys.
okay.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson?
So a while back, when the Harmony place was called the Merv Griffin Shelter, of course, they had to change their name because of the child trafficking that's gone on throughout our nation.
Oh my God.
And I hate saying child trafficking because...
What is with all these characters, bro? I have been missing out on the gold mine of Riverside County residents that come to speak at their Board of Supervisor meeting. But okay, so this guy's also talking about Harmony Haven Youth Center. I found an article on it, but of course it's paywalled. Yeah, GTA looking. Oh, whoops. Okay. Hold on. We can do this. We can do this. No, I don't need to check out. Just return to homepage. Okay. Let me log in. Okay, at least we only got 30 more minutes to the debate. Damn. Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to read that article. Why do they do this? Okay. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Investigative journalism at its finest. Paywall remover. Yes. Yes. DVA said, we've been tailgating for the debate. I know. That's great. Okay, here, let's read this article. Jurors find some shortcomings at Harmony Haven, a way station for youth awaiting foster home placements. Shortcomings and legal barriers increase the likelihood of harm to children and staff at the Riverside County facility where at-risk children wait for foster homes, according to a civil grand jury. The jury's report on Harmony Haven Children and Youth Center in Beaumont criticized the county for a lack of security and proper medical care for the 48-bed facility. Wow. The facility, as it currently operates, is lacking in fundamental infrastructure requisites, the jury's 17-page report states. Oh, wow, look at they have... Oh, this is the place. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to look at that later on. While the county has been addressing the shortcomings, their approach has been more reactive than proactive, the report added. Riverside County appreciates the civil grand jury's recognition of both the challenges we face, many of which are the result of state law, as well as our ongoing efforts to improve campus operations, including strengthening security and increasing staff. County spokesperson Brooke Federico said via email. The county is committed to further behavioral health investment and improvement to Harmony Haven within the current laws. Bought by the county for $26 million, Harmony Haven occupies what used to be called Child Help Merv Griffin Village. Okay, that's what this guy was saying. The GTA character was saying Merv Griffin Village, a home for abused and at-risk youth that was shut down in 2023. The facility's rural setting includes 4 cottages, each housing 4 to 8 children, a gym, a pool closed for renovation, and animal stables are also on the property. Staffed by the County Department of Public Social Services, Harmony Haven is meant to solve a pressing problem for social services, finding adequate shelter for youth awaiting a foster home. A lack of short-term housing and available foster beds led to some instances to children sleeping in offices. Wow. A short-term foster care facility also was among the recommendation in a sweeping 22 assessment of the county's Child Protective Services. The report by retired Judge Stephen Larson's firm followed revelations of 13 children found chained, malnourished, and tortured in the Paris home of David and Louise Turpin. Oh, I remember these people. In 2018, were subject to further neglect and abuse under the county's care. The jury is a group of citizens impaneled by a judge to study the public agency's inner workings and suggest improvements. Its recommendations aren't binding, and the county has until August 2nd to issue the formal response. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Mario. An actual subscriber. For real. While Harmony Haven is licensed to house children for 10 days or less, some children stay for longer, one for more than 90 days due to the lack of available foster homes, according to the jury. Damn, so this does sound like it's a real problem. Even with fencing, California's runaways are a frequent problem at Harmony Haven, which lacked perimeter fencing, according to the jury. Oh my God, so kids are running away from this home. Consequently, residents routinely leave and return the property during various times of the day and night. No, the report read, staff members are frequently called by AWOL children or law enforcement to pick them up from surrounding communities. This is bad. The sheriff's deputies who worked at Harmony Haven 12 hours a day should be there 24 hours. A jury found, adding that the county should contact California's Department of Social Services to see if there's any flexibility in foster youth Bill of Rights. Wow. Providing staff with the ability to limit the children's use of cell phones, reject their refusal to receive prescribed medications or attend school. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So this is an actual issue. Okay, now let's listen to this guy talk about it.
You guys just think that this is a bunch of hoo-ha, but what it actually is they take the children away from parents, put them into foster care, and they make 30 grand a month or whatever it is from federal funding for doing so. And then it goes on and on and on to foster parent, to foster parent, to foster parent, another 30 grand a month, another 30 grand a month, so forth, so on. So it's a money-making profit. And so the children get stuck in pedophiles' homes so they can remove them from another one. And that's how it is trafficking. It is child trafficking. But it's not deliberate, like, I'm gonna take the child and traffic them. No, it's just all off of making money, which is what these efficiency programs are as well. Now, this place, Harmony Place, when it was Merv Griffin Shelter, my Cherokee Nation was rehoming all the children that were coming over the border, and they had leftover stuff. So I took it out and I went to girls' homes, boys and girls clubs. I even went out to Merv Griffin Shelter or Harmony Place, and I gave them a bunch of stuff for their sports division and everything. And I was able to go onto their campus and everything. And so I've known this place. It's out by my home. I live out there. And now they have a security guard. They've never had a security guard before. I even went out there to help them with the unload stuff when we had the rabbit fire, because I was afraid that it would overtake this facility with all the children there. And they didn't want me to go on the campus. So for them to have such tight restrictions with security, not letting people on campus, that just shows you how big this child trafficking thing has gotten, to where they're scared and they have security guarding the facility, but they never had security prior to this big, huge civil rights catastrophe we have today, which is the child trafficking of children within these courts and these CPS agencies. And God bless me, I don't think it's a blessing, but nonetheless, he gave me the ability to see this for myself when they stole my Native American child from me, and they ripped her away, and there's a whole myriad of things that I can't get into right now. But then, in addition, what they've done to me afterwards as well, it's evident. And when they change their names, that just goes to show. We used to call CPS CPS. Now it's CFS, DCFS, all kinds of different names. Why? They have to change it because of the corruption. They're trying to avoid the corruption. You guys must see this. If you don't, I'm telling you, it's called an emolument violation. Because it's federal funds, you guys can get charged emolument violations for paying these people and employing these people and giving funds to these people. You don't see the bigger picture, and I'm not getting it, but I'm trying to be a diplomat between you guys and the public for what is going on.
Well, thank you for informing us, sir. Appreciate it. We'll have to keep looking into that. Harmony Haven.
I'm concerned that we're
Center.
leaving some of the people here who aren't coming here on a regular basis to understand that Harmony Haven is a facility owned and run by Riverside County. Has nothing to do with the Merv Griffin, has nothing to do with the past. It was a facility that was for sale. We purchased it. And the reason it was initially, which is now we've got bigger and better things going with it, is because we were having a problem with placing some of our hard-to-place youth. The governor of California would not allow us to place kids in appropriate facilities outside of California. Wanted to keep all the children. Well, California does not sometimes have appropriate facilities for some of our youth.
What does that mean?
So we had to.
Like, if a kid is not behaving, do they, is that saying you need to send them to jail? I don't understand. That's really interesting that she's choosing to comment on this.
Meet the demand and the needs. So the Riverside County Youth foster kids are over there as well as others. And so when we talk about giving public money to them, it is a public facility. So I just want to make sure that that wasn't misled and that people have the understanding that this is nothing to do with fraud and waste, as it has been said. A lot of mischaracterizations, a lot of misinformation has been stated today. And I hope that those of you who think there may be something, please ask. Please meet with any of us and get clarification, because a lot of misinformation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clear it up right now.
Do we need to vote on 19.1?
I'll move item 19.1.
Okay.
Second.
Let the record.
1.1. Right.
Okay. Office of Economic Development, public hearing.
Good
for
morning,
adopting
Madam
tax
Chair, members of the
resolution.
board. Kim Wright, Office of Economic Development. Item 21.1 is a request by the California Enterprise Development Authority for a public hearing and to adopt a resolution supporting the issuance of debt on behalf of community health systems. The funding will facilitate the acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, renovation, and equipping of healthcare facilities in Moreno Valley and 2 locations in Riverside. The California Enterprise Development System.
Wait.
Oh my God.
If we have no questions here, I will.
I could reflect the item passing as unanimous.
All right, we're fast
Ms. Perez,
forwarding.
you got anything? Nope. We will open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
We have one public speaker, Brad Anderson.
Thank you, Brad Anderson, currently living in the city of Ensenada. I will take
Chad
too much of
Bianco
your time.
shirt guy's
I was
back.
late. I didn't review the agenda properly, so I didn't notice these public hearings until I got here today. And you must have had this on the agenda before, because I know something about it, and I thought it was part of the Sunline campus, and I have no issues. I'm actually in support of this type of vacation. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I am in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing
Dina?
Okay, we have another.
I have a presentation. Raising 2020 following project ownership, so we are going this route.
Issues. I'm all opposed to this. I don't know if this bridge is going to, again, I don't know really.
Use that bridge to go east. You come down to the small bridge over CVWD.
23.1.
Yeah.
Ooh, short-term rentals in 1,000.
Good morning, Madam
homes.
Chair, members of the dais, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brian Contino. I'm the Code Enforcement Director, and I am here today to request you open a public hearing for resolution or ordinance number 449257, which is extending an interim moratorium for short-term rentals located at unincorporated B-Bar H Ranch and Thousand Palms, as we continue on from the February 10th meeting to establish a more stringent code and enforcement practices. I'm also here to answer any questions you may have.
So the reason, Madam Chair, so the reason for this continued item is specifically as a result of festival that's going on, correct?
That is correct. It allows the county staff to determine the impact that the short-term rentals have during the festival season in these areas.
Just so that we can analyze and figure out what may be the
Coachella.
difference, if there is one, with complaints when there is no festival
Do we have anybody to speak on this item?
There are no public speakers.
With
I
that,
so move, Madam Chair.
I'll close the public hearing.
We have 9 here, we have 4 online, and I also have 3 speakers signed up for closed session items.
Can we just have them speak at the end of the public comments? Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. I'll be back.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board. The public does not know what will be discussed today in closed session. Here's what I hope you will discuss. Why is the highest paid sheriff producing the state's lowest performing sheriff's department related to case closure and in-custody deaths? Why is the highest paid sheriff managing a department that is the highest funded in the budget, but once again, over budget? Why is the highest paid sheriff allowed to run in political office in uniform, violating government code, requiring partisan political events and media appearances around the state without being required to take a leave of absence? What I'm concerned will actually happen in today's closed session is that behind closed doors and away from public scrutiny, Sheriff Bianco will pressure this board to use taxpayer funds to cover the fallout of his poor choices and his use of public office in a bald-faced campaign maneuver to lift his political profile state and nationwide. He chose to pursue search warrants just hours before the Registrar of Voters provided public response addressing limited community concern about elections, a response that this board accepted without continued concern. He chose to pursue an out-of-scope investigation rather than utilizing the proper established complaint procedure through the Secretary of State and the District Attorney. He chose to judge shop, selecting a friend and political ally, Judge Keel, to petition a search warrant. He chose a politically fringe attorney without board authorization or public contract. He chose to act illegally and outside the scope of his duties, bringing shame and embarrassment to law enforcement and to our county. It now appears he expects the Board of Supervisors to use taxpayer money to pay for the consequences of his poor and illegal choices. This mess is of his own making. It's beyond time to tell him that the gravy train has left the station. It is also beyond time that this board create oversight and accountability for his out-of-control sheriff's department, a mess of your own making.
Errol Koshwitz, followed by Ronald Owens.
Oh, I came up after her. Beautiful. I'm not voting for Chad Bianco either, to be honest with you, and that makes 2 of us. There's been no accountability to nothing. Now, she's worried about Chad's budget. Well, I'm worried about your budget. You know, it's just a blank check of tax-paying money. It's been like this for decades. We all understand this. That's why we need to audit you and see what's going on here. We can audit Chad to hell freezes over. I mean, the money is just a blank check. It's been like that. You shouldn't have the authority to give whatever and whenever money you want to whomever. It's got to stop. I wanted to say something else too. I want to put this on the overhead too. Now, I know it's hard to read right there, but I got pages of everything. But I wanted to say something today since I got 2 minutes now. Can you put that up there? Now, this is a consultant list that the county provided to me finally after years of bitching at you guys. Now, I just going through the Parks Department now. I understand it's only $7,000, but now I have a lot of problems with the names are on the Parks Department. Now, I understand this is a consultant. Now, she is my mayor of the city, which she really doesn't like me very well, I'll be honest with you. I don't like her either, to be honest with you. Now, why is the County Parks Division paying Patricia Locke Dawson $7,000 for a consultant fee? I am just going through pages and files right now, you guys. Hours of looking at stuff right now, and it's just so insane. We got to stop paying each other off for bribes and money laundering, election votes, whatever it is. I know it's only $7,000, but it is a lot of money. It's only 1 page, you guys. Like I have files, 4,000 pages.
Okay, maybe it was a speaking event? That's the only thing I can think of that would make sense why the Parks Department would pay her $7,000. That's weird. 4/12/2020.
Of vendors that you guys have hired, and my eyes are hurting looking at it. Now, I disagree with you giving money to Patricia Lock Dawson. Okay, it is what it is. And
Oh yeah, sorry,
anybody
DVA, I need to show off this shirt. It's cringe, but it's amazing. It's literally a cat with Kohl's Cash. I know. I wore this out in public today, and I was kind of embarrassed about it. But I was like, nah, it's a cat with like Kohl's Cash floating around it. It's the ultimate meme shirt. All right, let's check in to the debate. Has it started yet? No?
Politics. Bring the candidates together. Nikki Lorenzo and Frank Buckley ask the questions.
There's 1,100 people waiting in
Inside California Politics, Governor's Debate. Tonight at 7 on KTLA 5.
Okay. Yep. I guess we're literally waiting until 7 p.m. exactly. Nobody answered my question. That's okay. Oh, someone said Katie Porker. Ugh. That's cringe. Deviate, yeah, is Kohl's Cash. Thank you. Thank you. I got it at Kohl's. Damn, someone said Becerra is a disgusting choice. That's crazy. All right. Okay, I guess we're waiting still. All right, we watched that. I watched this stupid preview. Here we go.
Who are you supporting for governor? I'm supporting a Democrat in the runoff, and look forward to the voters making that decision very shortly.
Do you think there will be one?
Absolutely confident of that.
So you have Steyer, Porter.
There are a lot of outstanding candidates with extraordinary records. I can name 7 of them, though I think there were 9, with Betty Yee now out. Because as someone that's grown up in the state of California, I had an opportunity to work with every single person that is running for that office, and I've had the privilege of working and partnering with them in many different capacities over many, many years. And I respect their willingness to put themselves out, and looking forward to the debate tonight. And I'm looking forward to where the voters ultimately land.
Mr. Governor, damn, where the hell is Gavin Newsom? He's on the lake or the river. I don't know where the heck he is. Oh, Gavin Newsom holds press briefing to promote state park system expansion. That's cool. Republican is a disgusting choice, actually, because just look at what they're doing. Yes, exactly. Damn, even The Hill is streaming it.
Corporate taxes and things like that. Katie Porter has some detailed plans. Others are, well, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and we're going to get spending under control in Sacramento. Has anybody come out with an economic message that can resonate enough to help them make that top 2?
It's interesting and it'll be interesting to see tonight how the candidates approach that question. I know you guys mentioned affordability being a big issue, in this race and across the country. A lot of these questions and how the candidates are going to approach economic plans.
Okay.
More question, Mr. Governor.
Okay. Here, let's watch this other YouTuber called The Tech Show.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the show. So this California race is really shaping up to be a very interesting race. This jungle primary that we'll be seeing in June. I just want to show you the latest polling.
No, sorry. Look at his likes. 777 people like this video. If I like it, it's gonna mess it up, but I gotta like it. Bots saying Dems don't suck, though. I have my criticisms of them, but it's from the left flank, my criticism. Yeah.
Quick update. There's some more information, some more polling that just came out. And after I recorded this video, the polling came out. So we're going to take a look at that polling at the end of this video. So you guys all know the situation with Swalwell. He had to drop out. And so since he's dropped out, now we're looking at some of the polling coming in, the latest polling coming in. And I want to show you one right here. And we'll talk a little bit about this. And this polling was conducted between April 12th and April 18th. Well, let's just say this reverses. And we see Bianco in second place and Steyer in third place. On like a Yee, like a Villaraigosa, if you had some of those people drop out, it's going to shift these numbers. And so that's why you do have Democrats saying, look, Democratic leadership is saying, look, some of these people at the bottom need to drop out of the race. There's no shot of them actually getting to that number 2 spot or getting to the number 1 spot. And so we'll have to see what happens in the future, but this not sure. This is something we should really be focused on because you do have some Democrats that are looking at the race right now. They're not exactly sure who they're going to vote for. There's so many different Democrats that are in the race and they're waiting until they find out more information or waiting until maybe some of these other candidates drop out. Now, even if the candidates drop out now, they're still going to show up on the ballot. Okay, and that's something worth noting as well, because even Swalwell, he dropped out, he's still going to show up on the ballot. And believe it or not, he's probably still going to receive some votes. Some people might not know the situation. They might not be following the race really closely, so they don't know what's going on. And so they might vote.
That'll be crazy if Swalwell gets a significant portion of the vote in the primary.
That means that even if they drop out, if you see a Yee drop out or a Villaraigosa drop out, they're still going to receive votes. Okay, and so that will hurt, obviously, but they're probably not going to receive a lot of votes, but they will receive some votes. But what I'm focused on is that 23%. Where are they going to go? Who are they going to vote for? And I think right now they're probably waiting for things to settle. Once they settle, then they will choose who they support. Now, Becerra, the fact that he's moved up 8 points just in one poll, that should tell you a lot about momentum. He clearly has the most momentum right now when it comes to Democrats running for governor in California. Will that continue? And if that does continue, will he be able to overtake Steyer for that second spot? Or will he be able to move to the number 1 spot? And so that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. Now, you do have people like Porter who her numbers really haven't changed much. So she's kind of in this spot where she's not gaining support, but she's not losing support. But the support that she has now is not enough for her to win that number 2 spot or move into a number 1 spot. And so that's something else worth mentioning. Porter is she's at a stalemate now. When we look at Mahan, same situation, at a stalemate. Do they have enough to move up to that number 2 spot? And right now, I would say Mahan probably doesn't. Yee probably doesn't. Villaraigosa, they're at the bottom of this, and they've been that way. Now, when Swalwell dropped out,
finally
this was a perfect opportunity for us to see some of the candidates that are running at the bottom move up. But we really didn't see it. We saw it with Becerra, and that was it. We didn't see it with anyone else. And maybe that's the sign that some of these candidates needed to show that, hey, you know what? We're really not going to move up in any circumstance if we miss this opportunity with Swalwell dropping out. Okay, so let's go and take a look at this poll. So California poll, governor, top 2 advance. So it's a jungle primary, as we talked about. So here is the pollster. It's Independent Voter Project. And this was conducted between April 14th and April 20th. So this is definitely the latest poll. You have 3,404 likely voters. Now let's take a look at how this breaks down. We have Becerra at 23%, plus 20. So he's up 20. Hilton at 20%, plus 5. Bianco at 17%, minus 6. Steyer at 14%.
That's crazy. That's crazy that Becerra was polling at less than 5%. Well, I guess he was polling at 3%. Got a 20-point boost. That's crazy. I hope he's electric tonight.
6. Porter at 11%, down 1%.
I hope Porter is electric tonight too. I would love to see her.
Is at 1%, and I'm not sure if Yee is still in the race. I heard some talk that they might be getting out, but I haven't confirmed that. Villaraigosa is at 1%, so he's minus 2. Thurman is at 1%. And one thing we're not seeing on here are the people who are undecided, people who haven't selected yet. So I don't have that information. However, in the last poll, when I was showing you that 23% undecided, we could see those votes now moving to Becerra. That may be the reason why Becerra has gone up to 23%. But if we're looking at this now, we have Becerra in the number 1 spot. Then you have Hilton. Then you have Bianco. And so if this polling is correct, we're seeing Becerra in the driver's seat, and then you might have a Hilton come in second, and that might be the race that we see in November. And so I just wanted to give you guys an update. When it comes to this poll, it's showing that Becerra is number 1. And so now I want to pass it off to you. When it comes to California, what do you think should happen? Do you think these Democrats that are at the bottom, do you think they should drop out of the race and then maybe endorse a candidate that's, has a real possibility of winning? Let me know that in the comments below. And then also, do you think we could be looking at a situation where if they don't drop out, if you have these Democrats, these candidates at the bottom that don't drop out, do you think we could be in a situation where now we have 2 Republicans, the 2 top vote getters, and we'll have a Republican governor? Do you think that is a scenario that we could see? And then ultimately, do you think if we do see a Republican governor, do you think we will see a recall election soon after that governor takes office? Because obviously there's a majority of Democrats that are in California. Could they gain enough support to have a recall election and then?
Yeah, sorry. I agree with you. Deviate. Who you got tonight? I'm on the same boat for Porter or Becerra. Yeah. Like I said, I hope with the boost that Becerra got, I hope that translates into good vibes for him, because I don't want Tom Steyer to be a governor, but I don't know how good he's going to do or not. I'm dreading listening to his voice on stage because of his old man voice. But Mahan, he's going to be so basic. I'm calling it. He's going to get overshadowed because there's 3 other white guys on the stage. Javier Becerra, he's carrying the flag for Antonio Villaraigosa. You know? Always starting.
Turned upside down as the frontrunner withdrew in a scandal. Now, for the first time, the new leading candidates square off. And who will separate themselves from the pack? A Republican, Steve Hilton.
Everyone can see things have gone off track. Life is impossible.
Chad Bianca.
Damn.
I see the
Who's your fighter?
and somebody has to do something about it.
Or a Democrat, Tom Steyer.
I want to make sure we're on the side of working people.
Katie Porter.
People know that we're going to need someone who's going to be strong, who's going to be tough, who's going to be a fighter.
Javier Becerra.
Listen, I've been confident I can get those voters since the day I jumped in about a year ago.
Matt Mahan.
Well, this race is wide open, more than ever.
We are live statewide from San Diego to Chico and everywhere in between, and broadcasting across the country on News Nation. Debate night in California. This is Inside California Politics, Governor's Debate. Good evening. I'm your host, Leland Vittert. It is the debate everyone is talking about after a plot twist which shook the California governor's race to the core. Eric Swalwell's departure led Nexstar Media Group to take the unprecedented step of repolling and restaging the debate in just a few days. 2 new candidates have been invited onto the stage after that repolling. There's a lot to get to. Here's the debate moderators, Frank Buckley of KTLA and Nikki Lorenzo of Inside California Politics.
Thank you, Leland, and good evening. Welcome. We are live from San Francisco. This is debate night in California.
We would like to welcome you at home and welcome the candidates to the stage.
Oh my God,
they're
there.
We begin with the rules.
Each candidate will get 60 seconds to answer a question. If there's a follow-up or rebuttal necessary, the candidate will get 30 seconds and 15 seconds for clarifications if needed.
We will be reminding the candidates of those times throughout the night. The sound of a bell will ring when their time is up. The candidates will answer the questions with the first order determined at random, and their position on stage was determined by polling.
Our first topic tonight is the cost of living in California, and that includes the high cost of gas. We pay one of the highest gas taxes in the country, about 61 cents per gallon. That money goes to pay for road repairs and public transportation.
Mr. Steyer, the first question of the night goes to you. Should we cut the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Let me say that the reason that gasoline is so expensive
Sorry,
that our president,
KTLA
Donald
5
Trump, has started
is at
an
360p.
Cut the gas tax. You have 60
gotta go
seconds.
to the Hill. They're actually
Let me say that the reason that gasoline is so expensive that our president, Donald Trump, has started an insane war in Iran and driven up the cost of gasoline for everybody in California. That has put $70 billion into the pockets of the oil companies who actually put him in the presidency. Californians are suffering across the board. The biggest problem in California is that the Californians can't afford to live here anymore. The answer on this is not to give up the gas tax, but actually to have a windfall profit tax on the oil companies who have been ripping us off for decades. That's on the books. We can activate it right away. We can get the money, and we should send it directly back to California citizens. The problem we have here is a president who's out of control, who's driving up costs across the board, and we actually need to take on the special interest oil companies who are taking advantage of Californians and making $70 billion.
Wait, why is he wearing Nikes? Tom Steyer's wearing Nikes.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, what is your position on the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Affordability is not a buzzword for me. It's been my life's work. Sitting
Bro,
across
she's
from
so much
families
thinner.
who were
I'm
pushed
sorry.
into bankruptcy by bills they couldn't pay, helping families avoid foreclosure or eviction when they were cheated by subprime lenders. It is too expensive to live in California, and I get that. I'm a single mom of 3. I push a shopping cart and I fill up my minivan, which has nearly 180,000 miles on it.
Minivan.
I absolutely feel these pressures, and I think we need to do something about it. But I also want to be clear, 82% of Californians don't breathe clean air today. And when we look at what that's costing our healthcare system, what that's costing people, we have to continue to make investments in having the cleanest fuel that we possibly can. So I absolutely think we ought to be thinking about how to move away from fossil fuels, and that means moving away from a gas tax and replacing
what about
that with
the poor
general fund
people?
taxes.
We don't
Ms.
have
Porter,
electric
thank you.
cars.
Mr. Mahan, you support temporarily suspending the gas tax. Some, including the candidates on the stage tonight, have called that proposal unserious. What's your response? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Nikki, Frank, it's great to be here with you this evening. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has called for suspending the gas tax and reforming it so it no longer is the most regressive tax in California that's putting an undue burden on working families like the one I grew up in. Look, I'm in this race because we deserve better answers. We deserve better answers than we've been getting from the other candidates on this stage. We don't need a billionaire who made his money in private prisons and oil and gas that he's now supposedly against, or Trump's hand-picked candidate or a DC insider who the Sacramento establishment is now rallying around. Let me tell you who I am. I grew up in Watsonville, working-class family. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a union mailman. I know what it means when gas prices go up $1 or $2 unnecessarily. I'll reform the gas tax so it's no longer the poorest, hardest working people in our state who are paying an unfair share to maintain our infrastructure.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Becerra, you have said you don't support suspending the gas tax. Why? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, we need to make sure our roads, our highways, the potholes, we take care of business, because every day people get in their cars, they take transit, they need to get to work, they need to come home. The last thing they need to see is an infrastructure for roads and transportation that doesn't work. I remember when my parents would tell me the stories of when they came with $12 in their pocket.
Oh my God.
They had to make a life here. They needed to make sure California could work for them. Let's make sure Donald Trump is not starting reckless wars to keep the prices of gasoline down. By up to $2 a gallon, we can reduce the price if that war in Iraq that Donald Trump started would go away. My parents looked at things like this and said, hey, help me make a living here in California. That's why they were able to, at the end of the day, send my 3 sisters to buy a house, make it so that they could retire here in California. We need to bring down those prices, but we have to do it the right way. I'll make sure as governor I tackle these crises, because I've been through these crises before and had to handle them. We need someone with experience, someone who doesn't need on-the-job training the moment they get into the governor's office.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have said you want the total elimination of the gas tax. How would we fund roads and bridges? You have 60 seconds.
So funding roads and bridges is a fundamental responsibility of government. We need to get rid of the rest of all the waste, fraud, and the abuse of the rest of government, which all of the Democrat policies over the last 20 years, 30 years have created. We only have the highest gas price in the country because of Democrat policies that are absolutely destroying the oil industry, the automobile industry, and forcing those prices up, forcing our refineries out of the state, forcing our oil companies from drilling in our state. When you send oil, make it into gasoline and send it to across state lines, and it miraculously becomes $2 cheaper, you know that your state is the problem. It is Democrat policies for the last 20, 30 years that are driving the cost of not only gasoline, but the cost of living in California up. We have the highest cost of living in the country because we have had one-party Democrat progressive rule for decades that is destroying this state.
Mr. Bianco, let me ask a clarification one more time. How would we fund roads and bridges if you eliminate the gas tax? You have 15 seconds.
We eliminate all of the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that's going on where our money is being spent now. The number one responsibility of government is public safety. Number two is infrastructure. And if you look at where California spends its money, infrastructure is way down the line. Don't say that the gas tax is funding our roads, because we have the worst roads in the entire country.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you support permanently cutting the gas tax
so
in
tiny.
half and eliminating carbon climate policies. With a supermajority of Democrats in the legislature,
Shown in the box
how
said,
would
"Why do
you
they
as
keep
a
talking about high gas
Republican
prices
governor
like that's our biggest
make any
issue?"
of these changes into law?
Unfortunately for a lot of
We
Californians,
have to
it
make
is.
these changes because Californians are being crushed by the gas prices, by the gas tax. We have the highest gas tax in the country for the worst roads in the country. And across the board, we have the highest taxes for the worst results. And you know who's really suffering? It's working Californians. It's small businesses. Most of my career has been in business. I know what it's like to try and run a business. The costs that are being imposed on our businesses and on workers in California is just too much. And one way or another, all the Democrats here are part of this system that obviously isn't working. We need common sense solutions. We need practical solutions. Why are we importing oil from 7,500 miles away in Iraq rather than using the oil we have here in California? That's the kind of common sense change that as governor, I will
crude
be there
oil, brother.
to persuade the legislature to do, because they in
All
the
right,
end
see you
want to
later.
help
Have a good night,
Californians too.
DBA.
And just to
Take
clarify the question again, how would you as a Republican governor make any of these changes into law with a supermajority of Democrats? 15 seconds.
The first point is that to open up California oil production doesn't need the legislature because it's through executive action. The way that they've been closing it down is through an agency of the executive branch called CalGEM, the California Department of Geologic and Energy Management. I would replace the people in there and give them a clear instruction to issue permits to our oil industry to produce oil here in California so we can cut gas prices for California families and businesses.
Thank you very much, Nikki.
This next question is a follow-up question. It is for all of you. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
So let me say this. I think it is critical that California get off fossil fuels. Electric vehicles starting cost is too high, and I would triple the credit so that people can afford to buy electric vehicles and no longer be subject to the fossil fuel costs and the fossil fuel control. Should they be paying the equivalent of a gas tax? Yes. But the truth is, electric vehicles are cheaper. That is our future, and we need to move to it as fast as possible.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I think all taxes should be progressive. The very wealthy, the billionaires, should pay more. The problem with a gas tax or a vehicle's mile-traveled tax is that it does the opposite. It punishes the lowest income Californians, those who have the longest commutes to work and can least afford fancy vehicles. So I think it's important that we fund this, as I've said, out of the general fund. We do need to move toward electric vehicles over time, but the reason they're not getting purchased isn't range anxiety, it's pocketbook issues.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I would reform the way we're funding infrastructure by issuing a flat fee on all vehicles, whether they're EVs or gas-powered. Right now, gas-powered families, disproportionately lower income families, people living in rural communities are paying 3 times more to maintain our roads.
Sorry, isn't that what
climate goals is
car
to invest
registration
in
is supposed to be?
Infrastructure, smart targeted subsidies, not to punish working people who can't afford an EV.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, same question to you, and I'll repeat it. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? You have 30 seconds.
Well, let's think about our commuters and what they would want to see. I know that they want to see roads, bridges, highways that work for them, that let them get to work, that let them pick up their kids. They don't want to have potholes that ruin their vehicle tires.
They haven't talked about
they want to have
buses
roads,
at
bridges,
all.
highways that work. So I would say, let's take a look at all of the above. Whatever works, I'm not going to let our transportation infrastructure crumble. We have to make sure it's working for all of us. And so let's consider anything that works that the public can get behind. That's how I would do it.
Specifically, though, just to clarify here, would you support a tax for electric vehicles? 15 seconds.
If we see that that's one option that people support, I would make sure that we are funding our infrastructure. We can't let that go, because what we have is when we let our roads and our bridges crumble, people suffer, commuters suffer, and we pay a higher price. So we will fund our transportation infrastructure.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Let me make this very, very clear. California doesn't have a money problem. We have a money spending problem
Oh.
by decades of Democrat failures. Every answer you've had so far for the California public, they're raising your taxes, they're taking more and more of your money because they refuse to stop their spending. No, I will not support a tax on mileage. No, I will not support a gas tax. It is the government's responsibility to have priorities, and infrastructure is an absolute priority. We are getting rid of all the waste, and we are doing what government is supposed to do.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
No, we cannot keep going.
Oh my
in this
God,
direction
chill,
with
brother.
Democrats constantly going for their insatiable appetite for more and more taxes, for their bottomless money pit. And now the mileage tax, they want to track you everywhere you drive. No, I would veto that. We need to cut spending and cut taxes so that we can give relief to families and businesses. My plan is for $3 gas and your first 100 grand tax free. That's what we need to do to make our state Cal affordable.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Our next question tonight is about an issue we all see every day in California, homelessness. There are 187,000 people experiencing homelessness in the state right now. In a recent Inside California Politics poll, 86% of those surveyed believe the homeless problem has stayed the same or is getting worse. We want to ask a question about Governor Newsom's performance on homelessness. What letter grade would you give him on handling the issue? And what, if anything, would you do differently? Ms. Porter, we're going to begin with you. You recently gave the governor a solid A- when it comes to his overall job performance. What grade would you give him on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
I'm a notoriously tough grader, but I would probably give him a B on homelessness. I don't think this has been an easy problem to solve, but I do give him a lot of credit for calling attention to the problem. When he campaigned 8 years ago, he was talking about housing when nobody else was. Our homelessness problem is a direct correlate of our housing problems. We're not going to solve homelessness without bringing down the cost of housing. That's why housing has been my number one issue.
Amazing,
since the
Katie
day
Porter.
I launched this race over a year ago. What I would do differently than Governor Newsom is fund homelessness prevention. It is so much more cost effective and so much more humane to prevent families from becoming homeless in the first place, and making sure that if they do lose their home, that they're able to land in an interim housing or shelter situation. We can't solve this problem because the problem keeps getting worse. For every person we put into permanent supportive housing, somebody else loses their home and takes their place. That's why Californians don't feel like we're making progress despite spending significant money.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Mahan, you've given Governor Newsom grades ranging from A to D, depending on the issue. What grade would you give him on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Frank, look, the assessment does depend on the issue, and I'm going to leave the letter grades to you and all the pundits out there. Let me tell you what we've done in San Jose, because we've created a model for the rest of the state. We've increased trust in local government by 40%, primarily because we have moved thousands of people indoors. I had to take on the establishment within my own party to change the way we were spending our money. We were spending $1 million a door and taking years to build alternatives to the streets. Instead, we built basic, dignified shelter, invested in prevention, and when shelter was available, we required that people come indoors. We've reduced unsheltered homelessness in San Jose by nearly 1/3 over the last 4 years. That's why trust in government in San Jose has increased. It's why fewer people are outdoors. And it's part of the reason that our streets are safer and cleaner. I'm proud of what we've done. I'll demand results from every city and every county in California as governor.
I'd like to clarify and ask you one more time to give a letter grade to help voters understand your assessment of Governor Newsom's job on this issue. You have 15 seconds.
All right, Frank, since you insisted, look,
school teacher,
I'll give him a B on Care Court and Prop 1 and many of the important initiatives that he championed where I've been proud to stand with him. I'm going to give us all, though, a D on implementation. San Jose has led the way.
Dude,
few other
just
places
give
have, but we have
Newsom
not delivered the results people deserve.
Thank you very much for the letter grades. Mr. Becerra, we haven't seen you issue a letter grade on Governor Newsom's overall performance. What grade does he get on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, I would say that the governor has made efforts. We've seen him come down to Los Angeles, actually go out and try to clean some of the streets. On effort, I would give him an A. Here's what I would do that's different, though. I would focus on accountability. I would make sure if we're sending billions of dollars down to the local communities, to our cities and our counties, that we would demand accountability for the dollar that we're going to give them. We need to see results, and results are what you see on the streets. We need to pull folks up, help get them back on their feet, and that's what I would do. But what I would tell you is my principal job as governor, and I'm glad to hear other people are saying this, is I'm going to keep you housed. If you are in a home right now, renting or owning, if you lose your job unexpectedly, or you have a medical emergency, and now you're about to become homeless as a result of that now unaffordable expense, tell me what you need. How can I help you keep your home? Because it costs me so much more money to pick you off the streets, provide you with the assistance and the shelter, than it does to keep you in the home that you're already paying for.
Mr. Becerra, let me ask you a follow-up question. You're saying that anyone who needs housing assistance, you will help them? That means the government will help them? How much is that going to cost, and where does that money come from? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, Frank, we spend billions, tens of billions of dollars right now to try to pull people off the streets. Do you think it's working? It would cost us a fraction of that amount to help someone who temporarily lost their job stay in the home. If they, for 2 or 3 months, fall behind on the rent, they don't get kicked out, because we'll try to support them. A zero-interest loan. You can keep them in their home. I save a lot more money by keeping them in the house than watching them hit the streets and then try to find them and pick them up. Far more expensive.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Nikki?
Mr. Bianco, you have been very critical of Governor Newsom. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what would you do differently? Well, you have 60 seconds.
I think we've just learned of the failure of the California education system, too, if we can't even realistically assign grades to failure. It is an absolute dismal failure, and anyone that says it's not is fooling themselves or trying to fool voters. We are not dealing with homeless, so stop calling it homeless. It has nothing to do with homes. This is drug and alcohol-induced psychosis, mental illness causing the other. It doesn't matter. But these people are suffering from drug and alcohol abuse and mental illness. We would have fixed this problem probably already had the Democrats in California, in state legislature, and our governor funded Prop 36 to give us the treatment that we need. I am on the front lines of this. I've been on the front lines of this for 33 years. This has nothing to do with the home. Until we actually start caring about these people, you have compassion to look them in the face and tell them that you're going to walk by them and ignore them. If that's what you're going to do, you're just a part of the failure of government. We are going to deal with this for what it is. It is not homes.
Mr. Bianco, I just want to clarify here the second part of the question. If you're elected governor, what would you do differently? You have 15 seconds.
Every single bit of the money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homeless ends the day I take over. And a small portion of that will go to the funding of the drug and alcohol treatment centers that they need, the mental health treatment centers that they need, and then more importantly, the combination of drug and alcohol.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you've given the governor an F on his overall performance. When it comes to homelessness, has he done anything right? You have 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Well, by the way, I'd love to be in your class, Katie, if you get a B for what Gavin Newsom's done on homelessness. My goodness, of course it's an F. It shames our state, the situation with homelessness. We have about 10% of the U.S. population.
The Republicans are doing really good here. The Republicans are doing really well. They're getting a lot of good zingers out. I feel like they're having memorable messages. This is crazy.
Gavin Newsom did that 3 times in a row. Nothing changed. And nothing will change if you have one of these Democrats in power. It will be more of the same. My plan is a common sense 3-point plan. Number 1, it is illegal to live and camp on the streets. We need to enforce the law. Number 2, we need to get people into the drug treatment that they need, and it cannot be a choice. Number 3, we need to get people the mental health care that they need instead of the barbaric situation we have right now in California as a result of these Democrat policies, where the main place where we're treating people with mental health problems is jail. That has to change.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Ms. Porter, Mr. Becerra, I'll let you respond, but I just want to clarify the second part of my question. Do you think the governor has done anything right on homelessness?
No, everything has taken us in the wrong direction. That's why we spend, what is it, the state auditor found, $24 billion of our our money spent on homelessness. They have no idea where it went because it's going into these non-profits and crony developers that are, instead of solving the problem, they are profiting
Okay, Mr.
off these
Hilton,
Democrat
thank you. Your time
policies.
is up. Thank you. Ms. Porter, I'll allow you to respond. You have 15 seconds.
If you were in my class, Mr. Hilton,
Oh,
you would
my
learn
God.
in my bankruptcy and consumer protection class that the majority of homeless people in California are actually working. They're
Yep.
not just people on the streets. It's not just people with mental illness or people with drug or substance use problems. It's also families who are fleeing intimate partner and domestic violence. It's
Yup.
people who are double and tripled up. It's people who are living in their cars on our college campuses.
Yes,
Homelessness
brother,
comes in a lot of
yes.
different forms,
Okay,
and
this
if
is
we don't
good. This
see
is
the
good.
whole problem, if we demonize them from one perspective, we'll never be able to solve this problem.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Becerra allowed you to
Great
respond to Mr.
response.
Hilton there. You have 15
I'm Team
seconds.
Katie Porter
Well, it's
now, I
interesting to
think.
watch someone who has
Jesus.
served as a talking head on a Fox News program telling us how government should run when he never has run any government in his life.
Damn.
And it's fascinating to see that he can do all these things when he's talking about not collecting any revenue to be able to do any of this work. It doesn't add
Damn.
up. The math doesn't work, but then that's what happens. You can be a talking head and not worry about the consequences of what you do.
Damn.
Thank you. Mr. Steyer, the last
Hilton,
time you were
Cumstered
asked
and
to
Domstered.
bring Governor Newsom, let me ask this question. We know you have a lot to say tonight, and we have a lot to get to. So let me ask you this question here. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, you passed, saying that you hadn't followed his record closely enough. Are you ready to give him a grade on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
So I'd give the governor a B- on this. And I want to start with a simple statement, which is no one gets well on the street. What I would do is make sure to keep as many people off the street, and if they're on the street, to get them off as fast as possible. Because only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless starts with a serious mental health problem, either bipolarism or some sort of substance abuse.
Yeah.
But being on the street itself is such a stressful, vulnerable, dangerous place that it creates mental health
100%.
problems for many people. That's why I'm in favor of emergency interim housing.
Yes.
Getting people into one room with a key, shared laundry and food. You don't have to be clean, and you can bring your animal. We need to get people off
Wow,
the street. And
that's
let's
really
remember
good,
this.
actually.
We
God
want
damn.
our cities to be walkable and safe. We want kids to be safe walking down the street. Cleaning up this problem gives us a chance to rejuvenate our inner cities, to make
Yes.
them vibrant, and a place where we're going to build more housing and put more people.
And Mr. Steyer, I just want to clarify that last part. When you said get people off the streets and into housing, is that something that you would force them to do? You have
Well, let me
15
say this.
seconds.
The point about emergency interim housing is this. People want to go to it.
Yes.
This is something that actually is designed to meet their needs, as opposed to the huge shelters or waiting 7 years to get them into permanent housing, which costs, Matt Mahan was saying it costs $1 million a key, and the numbers I've heard of between $750,000 and $1 million. Being homeless for 7 years is an incredibly dangerous
even
thing
imagine.
to do, and it's the most compassionate thing we can do is to provide the interim housing that gets
Mr.
people to
Steyer.
places they want to be.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Mr. Mahan, I'll let you respond since he invoked your name and called out the figure there.
Yeah, thanks. Well, look, it has cost $1 million a door. I can show you the receipts from projects that have been approved across the Bay Area. It's worth keeping in mind, the only housing Tom Steyer's built has been private prisons and ICE detention centers. Here's the
Damn.
truth. The reality is when you build interim housing, and what Tom's pointing to is the San Jose model. We've built interim housing, dignified alternatives to the streets. 70, 80% of people have been willing to come indoors. There's also a share of folks who are out there who are unwilling or unable to come indoors.
Mr. Mahan.
We have to be able to mandate treatment.
Respond?
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Steyer, I'll give you 15 seconds.
So let me say this. My wife and I started a nonprofit bank to basically go
Why
in
is
and
Chad
support
Bianco
the
so
people who
thirsty?
can't get financing from
Because
normal banks.
his, like,
We have
second big
financed
gulp of water.
17,000 low-income housing units. We have made sure that every loan is measured only for its impact on the community, either in terms of economic growth or environmental sustainability, and we don't make a dime out of it, and we absolutely never will.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Now we would like to ask a question about each of your individual campaigns. You will have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Mahan, we will start this round with you. Artificial intelligence is replacing jobs in every industry. Your campaign is supported in part by billionaire tech
Oh my God, thank
executives.
you. Yes,
How can
thank
voters
you.
concerned about AI trust you to work for them and not the tech industry? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has direct experience with deploying AI in government and regulating it. We created the playbook in San Jose that hundreds of other cities and counties use to put restrictions on how technology is used. Being the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley, I am at the forefront of these technological changes. I know that these tools can be harnessed to do great good, to make government more efficient and more responsive. We've sped up buses and improved language access, but I also understand the risks to privacy, misinformation and manipulation, job loss, which is why we've put strict regulations on our use of technology that other cities are following. We've created the first AI upskilling curriculum for our workforce so that they aren't displaced by technology, but they can use it to enhance their work. I am not afraid to regulate big tech or any other industry, and as governor, I'll make sure we protect the people of California.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, you were chair of the Democratic caucus when Eric Swalwell was elected to Congress. You said in a recent interview that, quote, many of us heard the rumors. What rumors did you hear, and should you have pursued the rumors as a member of Democratic leadership? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, you hear rumors all the time about all sorts of things. Rumors are not facts, and the caucus, the Democratic caucus, is not a place that adjudicates those things.
Wow.
It's law enforcement that does. If someone had come forward, we could then have investigations. I say that as the former Attorney General for the state of California. When I was Attorney General, we did go after sex trafficking. We did go after those who abuse of young women and take advantage of them. We did prosecute people. There was an individual who was a religious leader who was taking advantage of young women. We prosecuted that individual. And today he is in jail for his crimes.
Wow.
We have gone after people, but we go after them based on evidence and based on facts. Unfortunately, we have a president today who would go after someone based on rumors. That's not the way we do it in America. We have to have the facts.
Thank you.
Rumors are one
Amazing.
thing, but getting the facts really gets you to move. And let me just applaud those courageous survivors who stood up and told America what the truth was. And today, Eric Swalwell was facing accountability.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Bianco, you took an unprecedented action recently, seizing 650,000
Oh my God, yes.
certified ballots by your own county election officials as part of an investigation into election fraud because of an allegation by one group. The California Supreme Court has ordered that investigation paused for now. Do you believe California elections are secure, and would you consider taking the same action after the primary election if you don't believe the results?
Damn, yeah, would he?
Well, we're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general.
No.
So this was a very, very basic, normal investigation. The allegation didn't come from a group. It came from reports that our own records, county records from the Registrar of Voters that do not match the output of votes counted.
It's not
a
it.
very simple investigation would have counted those ballots to see if they match the votes. But we now have a massive political outcry from our Attorney General using political lawfare to stop a lawful investigation. And it wasn't stopped. The investigation was not stopped by the Supreme Court. It was stopped so we could argue these ridiculous allegations from the Attorney General about whether or not he has authority to stop that investigation in the first place.
And to clarify, would you consider taking the same action after this primary election if you don't believe the results? You have 15 seconds.
You made that assumption that that's why this happened. That is absolutely horrific that you basically said that I did that because of how I felt. If we get information, I've been 33 years in law enforcement investigating crime. Do you want me to start doing that with murders? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an absolute ridiculous question. This is a ridiculous topic because we have an allegation of voter fraud. And Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics. And they believe there's voter fraud.
Right,
but when
Mr.
we
Bianco.
try to fix it, it is stopped.
All right, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you said you were deeply honored to recently receive President Trump's endorsement. That's despite the fact that 62% of Californians disapprove.
Chad Bianco did not take that well at all. That was so bad. That was Donald Trump
was the day
asking,
I became
you know,
an
will you
American
have a
citizen.
peaceful transfer of power? And Donald Trump said, I don't know.
Francisco.
Man.
So it is a deep honor that we will have a constructive relationship and partnership with the federal government, which would be the case, I would hope, for any party in that situation, so that we can make things better in California, work with the president and his administration to manage our forests better, to harvest the timber so we can build the single-family homes we need for young families, to work to increase California energy production as he wants to do, so we can lower gas prices, to fight the fraud in our government so we can cut spending and cut taxes, to work to enforce our immigration laws in all these areas and more. It will benefit every Californian to have a governor who is a partner on these issues with the president and his team.
Much. Nikki?
Mr. Steyer, you are the only billionaire in this race. According to reports, you and your wife paid $5.4 million in federal taxes in 2024. You have said repeatedly, quote, tax me more. How much more should you be paying? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more. Have you? So you have 60 seconds.
So let me say this. I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, Nikki, but I'm not the only billionaire in this race. The billionaires and corporations are spending big in this race to oppose me and to support the other people on this stage. In 2024, corporations spent $540 million to lobby in Sacramento. They are literally spending tens of millions of dollars against me. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax other billionaires. I'm the billionaire who's taking on the electric monopolies and trying to break up their power. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax the oil companies and make polluters pay. So when you say I'm the only billionaire in the race, yes, but I'm the person who is the change agent in this state. I'm the person who's taking on the funded corporate interests who are driving up costs for Californians in every place. No one wants to take them on. I'm doing it. They're spending tens of millions. And let me say this. On Earth Day, the oil companies dropped $5 million today against me to fight me on Earth Day. Thank you very much.
Wow. Mr. Steyer, thank you. And I just want to clarify for people watching this right now, two parts of the question. You said tax me more. How much more? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more taxes, have you?
My wife and I have said that we will give the bulk of our money away while we're alive and in the process of doing that. But me paying more taxes is not the answer. I've said I believe
you
people
can say
should.
that again, Tom.
Wait, no, Steve,
Oh, he touched him.
One person putting more money into the system.
Mr. Hilton, if you guys are people at home won't be able to hear you. So
if
continue,
one
Mr.
person
Steyer.
puts more money into the government, that doesn't solve it. We need structural change. And in every one of the places where Californians are being ripped off, where it's impossible for them to make rent at the end of the month,
Mr. Steyer,
I'm taking on the special interests, and they're fighting back.
Mr. Steyer.
They're the person who are
Mr.
coming
Steyer,
after me
thank
because
you.
they're scared of me.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Frank.
Ms. Porter, you've acknowledged that your interactions with an aide and with a reporter captured on videos which went viral were, in your words, a bad look, and that you could have done better. What have you done to address those concerns? And as a person who frequently speaks about being a parent on the campaign trail, what would you tell your own kids if they ever faced a boss like that? You have 60 seconds.
Damn. That's a good question.
I apologized that day to that staffer 4 years ago. And I took responsibility then, and I have taken responsibility since, acknowledging that it was not the right way to treat someone. And that is a big contrast to what we have seen other candidates do when they have been called out for misconduct. I'm proud that that staffer in that video and I continued to work together for 4 years following that incident, and it speaks to how I addressed it. I work hard with my team to deliver for Californians, things like free COVID testing in the first weeks of the pandemic, things like cracking down on pharmaceutical price gouging, calling out a bank CEO for the fact that their employees couldn't pay for housing. All of my accomplishments have come from my team, and I would say that if somebody is treating you rudely, you should speak up. And that's what I would want my children to do, and that's what I did when I was being pushed again and again and again to kowtow, to give in and defend Donald Trump when he was engaged in despicable actions. I wasn't going to do that for that reporter, and I will not do it as governor.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. And with that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to ask the candidates about an exclusive report that shed new light on a battle between California and the Trump administration. You are watching Debate Night in California.
Crazy. Crazy. Wow. Okay. So far, Democrats, I thought were kind of weak. You know, they're struggling. But no, that's last half. First off with oh my God, Tom Steyer, he literally almost hit Steve Hilton. That was crazy. Here, we can go back, I think.
They're spending
Um
and let me say this.
But this has been crazy so far. Crazy so far. Chad Bianco, I think, is doing great, but I don't know, man. He seems to have lost the momentum after the question about the ballots and like asking if he would steal the ballots from his own election. Like, yeah, I get it. It's crazy. Oh my God, he's getting makeup put on right now. But anyways, yes, Mahan not doing great at all, and just as I suspected. You know, he's so freaking boring, bro. All he can do is attack Tom Steyer, and if that's it, if that's all you got, that ain't for anyone. That ain't for anyone. Katie Porter is doing amazing, I have to say. Like, she hit that defense really good, especially by redirecting it and saying, oh my God, me yelling at a staffer is nothing compared to what Eric mother effing Swalwell has done to people, and he's still lying about it. Katie Porter, amazing. Amazing. Right now, I would say the leader, no, Steve Hilton had good moments too. I don't know, chat. Who do you think is doing the best so far right now? Do you think it's Bianco? Do you think it's Hilton, Steyer, Porter, Becerra, or Mahan? Okay, we're back live.
What does this mean? What is it telling you? What does this sign mean?
Wait, hold on. Let's run that back.
Tell me what this sign means. So what does this mean? What is it telling you?
Okay.
What does this sign mean?
This
It looks
video was
like
captured following
okay.
the U.S. Department of Transportation withholding $40 million in funding, saying California is the only state in the country that refuses to ensure big rig drivers can read road signs and communicate with law enforcement.
Mr. Becerra, we begin this round with you. Should the CHP be giving English proficiency tests to truck drivers? And if not, would you as governor push back against the Trump administration on this policy? You have 60 seconds.
I would definitely push back on the Trump administration on, again, a reckless policy. I would make sure that that officer understands that he cannot discriminate against any driver without having a basis to do so. I understood a little bit what that individual was trying to say. I couldn't see the signs, but it certainly sounded like he was trying to describe what that particular sign was trying to represent. And so
he was speaking
we have to be very
Spanish.
careful that we're not profiling consumers in California, drivers in California. It is against the law. And our police officers, while they try to do the best job of keeping safety, have to understand they have to abide by the rules and treat everyone, every motorist, the same way. And so if that officer had some basis to be qualified, let's take a look at that. But let's not find that people are being discriminated against because of what they look like. Is that officer asking everyone he pulls over to explain those road signs, or is he asking only people who look like me? And if he's doing that, then he's violating the law.
Damn,
And I
that's
just wanna
really
clarify,
good.
Do you think CHP should be giving English proficiency tests?
As far as I know, the academy does not train CHP officers to be giving English proficiency
Damn.
exam. So that officer has some explaining to do.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you are the only law enforcement officer on the
Amazing.
stage tonight. Should this type of roadside testing become standard practice across California? And what should happen to drivers if they do fail?
Okay,
You have
let's
60
hear.
seconds.
Well, we have to, first off, acknowledge that we actually do have rules and we actually do have laws. And if they are not abiding by those laws and California is giving them driver's licenses when they do not qualify for those driver's licenses and we're sending them out onto the streets, we also have seen several horrific accidents that were attributed to people that did not understand English or
Oh
that did
my
not,
God.
could not comprehend the road signs that, or the street signs that they were supposed to be abiding by. So we don't know the context of this. This is what's super important, especially in law enforcement. You have to know the entire context of this entire stop and this entire video, not just the small section. But if he is
Dude, the whole small
verifying
section was
whether or
making
not
the
someone
case you
can read
needed.
signs, my guess is he was stopped for violating a sign, and he's trying to verify that he could. And let's stop with this whole racism thing and racial profiling and all of this garbage. We have to get over this. You either violated the law or you didn't. End of story. Consequences for bad behavior.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, would you require full compliance with the federal language standards for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
So I've discussed this with someone called Marcus Coleman from Bakersfield.
Who?
His beautiful daughter, Delilah, was put into a
Here we
coma
go.
by
Making
someone driving a truck. An illegal immigrant, didn't speak English, and his daughter now disabled for life. That's what we're dealing with here. It is completely ridiculous that we have people driving on our roads who can't understand road signs and can't speak English. So yes, of course, and I've discussed this with my friend Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, we will not be issuing commercial driver licenses when I'm governor to people who are illegally here and who don't speak English. That is obvious common sense.
Oh my God, but that's not how driver's license work.
Mr. Steyer, where do you draw the line on this? Should language proficiency for truckers be strictly enforced, even if it means that some of them will probably lose their jobs? You have 60 seconds.
Look, I agree with what was said, which is we don't know the context of this stop. But what I can say is this: racial profiling is illegal. And in fact, picking on people based on the color of their skin in the state of California is illegal. I have a program for ICE that involves prosecuting them for racial profiling, prosecuting them for violence against Californians and the supervisors, studying, investigating their detention centers, having legal defense funds for people who've been kidnapped and put in those detention centers, and a Know Your Rights PR campaign. Listen, what we're talking about here is whether police officers and the criminal justice system treats people fairly based on the color of their skin. I will say this: Donald Trump posted against me last week because I said ICE has to obey the law in California. The head of ICE posted against me, but I'm not going to step back, because the truth is, racial profiling is illegal, violence is illegal, and the governor of California needs to stand up for Californian citizens every time.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question. Do you believe that English proficiency, language proficiency should be strictly enforced for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
I would absolutely fight the Trump administration, because the job of the California governor is to protect Californians. And right now, that includes protecting them from Donald Trump. Protecting Californians also includes enforcing traffic laws. And we've seen sometimes a need for oversight in California. For example, we have seen that the Department of Motor Vehicles was not enforcing rules around DUIs and drivers who had convictions for that. I am stunned that Mr. Bianco would say to Black and brown Californians and immigrants who are being terrorized and racially profiled that you have to get over racism. It's not something that you get over. It's something that you fight. And if he doesn't understand the importance of that, he has no business representing a state with the diversity of California.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Bianco, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond.
Yeah, again, that's not even close to what I said. What I said is we're Californians, and I'm speaking for them, especially from law enforcement, when I deal with persons of color every single day, Californians are absolutely sick and tired of our politicians making race the basis of everything. It is not. And this racial divide that they are pushing between law enforcement and the public, or Democrat and Republican, absolutely has to stop. And
that's what you're doing, brother.
We are sick of it.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Mahan, as a mayor of a city in which 42% of the residents are foreign-born, do you believe that English proficiency tests for truckers are necessary? You have 60 seconds.
No, Frank, the right answer here is clearly to hold the DMV accountable for ensuring that every driver on our roadway meets the qualifications for the license that they have. That's the appropriate entity to do this. And as the mayor of not only one of the most diverse big cities in the country, but the safest big city in the country, let me tell you what creates real public safety. It's rooted in trust. when people trust the law enforcement officers who serve the community. It means that residents are more likely to report crime, to serve as witnesses, to provide evidence. We made San Jose the safest big city in the country by building that trust between law enforcement and the community that they serve. That will be my priority as governor, but we should never lower the standard that agencies like the DMV enforce. As governor, I will also ensure that every state agency lives up to its responsibility.
Clarification, English proficiency, 15 seconds. Exams?
The DMV has exams, and it's not about whether or not you speak English. I represent one of the most diverse cities and the safest city. What the DMV is responsible for doing is not testing how good your English is, it's whether or not you're a safe driver who understands the rules.
All right, Mr. Mahan, thank you. Nikki?
This is
That was a
another
good
round where you
answer.
will all be getting the same question. We're asking for a yes or no answer here. If you do not finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? Mr. Steyer, we will start with you. Yes or no?
Yes. Do you want me to go to elaborate, or is it just yes?
Yes or no? Yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Ms. Porter,
Absolutely yes.
I guess we are going to let you elaborate, so I'll go back to you, Mr. Steyer. I'll
Oh
give you
my
15 seconds.
God.
Let me put it to you this way. If there's a Republican in the race, that Republican will be supported by and also supporting Donald Trump. Donald Trump is raising our gas prices. Donald Trump is kicking 1 to 3 million people off Medi-Cal. Donald Trump is he is trying to punish California every way he can. And the people who are supporting him are also supporting ICE. That is a legal organization that is terrorizing
Steyer,
and
thank you.
victimizing
Mr.
California.
Steyer, thank
Oh my
you.
God.
Every
Mr. Steyer,
Democrat
thank
is
you.
better.
Ms. Porter, I know that you said yes. Your response.
Yes, absolutely. And I have a track record of supporting other Democrats. Mr. Steyer likes
Yeah.
to talk about his giving pledge, but what he's done with his own money is more give me an opportunity to be the governor. I think it's really important.
that was
we
a good
support
one.
Other Democrats. I've campaigned for other people in purple seats. I've raised money for other people. I was a successful fundraiser and a successful campaigner, and I've used that to beat Donald Trump everywhere we can, and I would do the same thing in this race.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, we'll come to you. If you don't finish in the top 2
Oh,
on June
Chad is
2nd,
not
will you endorse
looking
your
good.
party's nominee? You have 15 seconds.
Well, we don't have party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat and a Republican, I'll endorse the Democrat, but I will make very clear to them and everyone else that the best resistance to Donald Trump is delivering results in people's lives, just as I've done as the mayor of the 3rd largest city in the state, where we're building thousands of homes.
Mr. Mahan,
we've reduced
thank you.
crime and reduced homelessness.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, same question to you.
What we need is the best person who can fight those who are attacking California, like Donald Trump. Someone who's actually taken on Donald Trump, not just fought, but won. Not someone who just wants to fight to do more for housing, but has and can improve the lives of so many people, has fought for better health care. I will support that Democrat in the runoff.
Mr. Becerra,
I'm hoping
thank you.
I'm the one that's there.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
I'll ask the Republicans now. We've heard from the Democrats. Mr. Bianco, if you do not finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? 15 seconds.
The only
He's going to say no.
people who are hurting California are Democrats. It is not Donald Trump. They keep saying Donald Trump because Democrat policies are a dismal failure in California. They have nothing to point to. I'm not going to support my opponent because it's going to be he and I going to November.
If so, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Hilton, if you do not finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? 15 seconds.
Yes, I will, because we've had 16 years of one-party rule by these Democrats. It's given us the highest poverty rate, the highest unemployment rate, the highest cost of living in America. It is obviously desperately time for change in California. It's time for some balance in our system. We have to elect a Republican as governor this year.
Thank you very much.
Now we are going to go to our closing statements, but that does not mean the debate is over. We will continue to be live on our last half hour of our digital channels and on YouTube. To get there quickly, just scan the QR code on your left side of your screen. Mr. Mahan, we will begin with you. Closing statements, you have 30 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm running for governor because Californians deserve better. We deserve a government that is accountable for delivering results in people's lives. As mayor of the 3rd largest city in the state, I've delivered the biggest decreases in crime and homelessness. We have thousands of homes under construction. I know what it looks like to take on the establishment within my own party to make government deliver results for working people. We don't need MAGA, but we also don't need more of the same. That's why I'm offering something different.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Ms. Porter, you have 30 seconds.
California, this election is about who you can trust to fight for you. One candidate is a billionaire who got rich off polluters and ICE prisons and is now using that money to fund his election.
That's
Another
crazy.
candidate for nearly 40 years cashed corporate checks and then lacked the courage to take them on. I'm not like them. I have never taken corporate money. That's why I have always stood firm against Donald Trump and special interests. I'm like you, a mom fighting for a better future for California.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Becerra, you have 30 seconds.
California is going through a crisis, and we need someone who knows how to govern in crisis, not someone who's going to need training wheels the moment they walk into the governor's office. This is a time to have someone who's actually fought those crises, whether it's the man-made crisis coming from Washington, D.C., or whether it's the cost of living crisis that we face here at home. We need someone who's actually fought and won, beat back Donald Trump to save the Affordable Care Act all the way to the Supreme Court, beat back Donald Trump in preserving the DACA program for Dreamers. Been able to do that and win for the people.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, we have all heard their platform now. It's more taxes and a complete lack of responsibility. I have 33 years of dealing with the consequences of their poor decisions and of their poor policies and the Democratic agenda for the last 33 years. I am running for Californians because Californians do deserve better. They deserve someone with honesty, transparency, integrity, and most importantly, proven leadership. If you want the status quo, keep the status quo. If you want a better California, I'm asking for your vote.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Steyer, you have 30 seconds.
The people raising the cost for California don't want me to be governor. I'm the change agent here, and they don't want change. And in politics, it's pretty easy to figure out who you are by seeing who opposes you and who supports you. Let me tell you who opposes me. The oil companies, PG&E, the realtors, the drug companies, Donald Trump, and the head of ICE. Let me tell you who supports me. Progressives, environmentalists, organized labor, including teachers and nurses. None of these people are fighting anybody else no one else on this stage is having these corporate special interests oppose them. They want to stop me
Mr.
because
Steyer,
I'm going to change
Mr.
California.
Steyer, thank you. Mr. Hilton, closing statements, you have 30 seconds.
We obviously need change in California. The system is not working. I'm the only one here who has never run for office before. I'm not part of this system. These Democrats can't get it done. Matt Mahan talks about his record in San Jose. Actually, homelessness and crime are going up.
He's such a good speaker, I'm not going to lie.
Javier Becerra talks about his time in government. He thought it was a good idea to put masks on 2-year-olds. We need real change in California. We need to think different. We need to vote different. My plan to make our state Cal-affordable is real and serious, and we can get it done if we just vote differently.
You said Cal-affordable.
Thank you.
All right, with that wraps up the first hour of our debate tonight. We want to thank all of the candidates, first of all, for being here. We hope you will join us for another half hour of the debate, including your viewer questions.
Oh, damn, I want to do a question.
Your local Nexstar Station's Plus channel. You can also watch it by scanning the QR code on your screen. We will see you right back here on your digital channel in 2.5 minutes.
Oh, I see. It's to get on the stream. But they said it was going to be on YouTube. Hold on. We're leaving the hill. This Nation. Fox 40. Wait, did KTLA? There we go. Okay, they're at a commercial. All right, chat. What do you think? Who do you think has dominated the debate? Was it Chad Bianco? Was it Steve Hilton? Was it Javier Becerra? Was it Matt Mahan? Was it Tom Steyer? Or was it Katie Porter? Oh my God, who had the best moment? I feel like there was a lot of good moments, but I have two that stick out in my head. But I want to hear what chat has to say. Stardust City Hag said they are all making really strong arguments, I have to say. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Hold on. Oh, save. Oh my God. All right, there. Hopefully, when people drop in, they can see that. Okay, we're waiting for. We are waiting. Okay, here we go. Back.
On your Digital Plus channel, we want to continue with the next question, and it's this one. The median home price in California right now is $900,000.
Crazy.
This is the question. What is your
$1
plan
million.
to lower the cost of housing? Mr. Mahan, we're going to start with you. You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. In San Jose, we were approving thousands of housing units, 20,000 housing units over the last 7 years or so that weren't getting built. I led us through a process of looking at the data and recognizing that we in government are often in the way. We did hard things. We sped up permitting. We've used new technology to make it easier to apply. And most importantly, we reduced one-time fees that look good on paper, but we're blocking the very thing we need, housing and opportunity for people. We now have thousands of new units under construction. That's a template for the state. That's how we'll move forward. I know what's at stake. I grew up in a household that was paycheck to paycheck. I remember my family, my parents arguing about how to make the mortgage payment. Solving this problem is the most fundamental way to expand economic opportunity and upward mobility in California, and I will get the job done.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, same question to you. What is your plan to lower the cost of housing? You have 60 seconds.
Well, we have to give those who build the homes the incentive to do so. That means streamlining the regulations and the fees that make it impossible to believe that they can make these projects pencil out. Once we do that, we want to build smart. We want to build in the places where it makes sense. Buy transportation so it's easy to get to and from work. Make it so that we don't have commutes that are hour and a half long.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that we help those who want to buy a house get in a house. Most Californians who are renting are essentially paying a monthly mortgage. It's called rent. I would convert them into homeowners by helping them with their down payment. We have down payment assistance programs where we will expand the opportunity for a renter to become a homeowner. And the next thing I will do is in the first 100 days, I will make sure that we get all those projects that are essentially shovel ready to go. And there are some 40,000 housing units that are shovel ready. They just need a little kick over the finish line. I would make sure we do that, whether it's the small tranche of money they need or getting rid of some of the licensing requirements they need.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you. What is your plan to lower the cost of housing? You have 60 seconds.
We're going to all be honest about the problem. The problem is California state government. California state government created this housing problem. It is not that we can't afford a house. It's that builders can't afford to build a house because of the excessive regulations on our building industry, along with every other business and industry in California. On day one, I remove all of those regulations from our building industry that will allow more, as much as a third, sometimes more depending on location, to a third of the price of a home to be removed off of that $900,000 price tag just by getting rid of the government red tape. Instead of 3 to 5 years, it's going to take 3 to 5 months to build a house. We will encourage our builders to build. When we take the restrictions away, builders build homes. We do not have a land problem in California. We have a management problem. We have a government problem that we absolutely must take away. The restrictions, the big ones, all the regulations, but CEQA, Coastal Commission, CARB, all of those on our building and building industry will be removed.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, same question to you. You have 60 seconds.
Well, if San Jose is the template for housing affordability in California, God help us. It was just rated the least affordable city for housing in the world. That is completely the wrong answer. The right answer is my plan, which was the first plan that I put forward in this campaign. Number one, we have to end this outrageous hidden tax on housing. They call it impact fees. It can add up to 20% to the cost of a home. Secondly, we have to reduce the extreme environmental regulations that make it 3 or 4 times as expensive to build the exact same home in California as in neighboring states. Number 3, we have to end the exploitative union lawsuits that are filed to block housing, that extract project labor agreements that make the cost so much higher.
That's
and number
crazy.
4, we have to end the war on single-family homes so that we can build the housing we need for young families. We need more starter homes in California.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Mr. Mahan, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond to Mr. Hilton.
Yeah, thanks. San Jose has been the most expensive city in the country since before I was born because of all the jobs created there. I know that because my parents had to move 50 miles away, even though my mom grew up there, just to afford to buy a home. What I did as mayor, though, was take ownership of the problem, unlike all the talk you're hearing on this stage. We reduced fees, sped up permitting, and now we have thousands of homes under construction.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Steyer, same question to you. What is your plan to lower the cost of housing? You have 60 seconds.
Look, the biggest problem in California is that Californians can't afford to live here, and the number one problem there is housing.
Yep.
And I've seen people who have full-time jobs who are still having to live in their car. But if we're going to solve the housing problem, and I've said we'll build 1 million units, it's not a silver bullet the way some of these people are suggesting. It's silver buckshot. Yes, we have to shorten permitting and make it less expensive. We made a first step on it last year. We'll make more. 2, we have to redo zoning so that we build denser and around public transportation. 3, we need to actually drop the cost per square foot of building. There are ways to do it. Industrial construction away from site and then putting it together on the site drops the cost per square foot by 1/3. And lastly, one of the biggest reasons it's hard to build houses here is the cities and counties don't want it because they can't afford to take care of the people who are in the houses. I've said on day one, I'll call for a special election to close a corporate tax loophole. That will fund it. That will get the cities and counties on our side. The realtors are mad at me. They're fighting me. But that's the only way we drive down housing costs for the people of California.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. What is your plan to lower the cost of housing? You have 60 seconds.
Housing is personal to me. I've sat across from thousands of
I would imagine it's
Californians
personal to
who are
everyone.
facing
Jesus.
eviction or foreclosure. When I served the state of California for 3 years under then Attorney General, now former Vice President Kamala Harris, and I held the big banks' feet to the fire for predatory lending. I've also questioned CEOs of big banks about how the huge slice that housing takes out of their paycheck. Housing has been my #1 issue since I launched this race, and I have the deepest background in housing policy of any candidate on this stage. The key is to build faster. If we built at the same speed in California as states like Colorado, we could take 10 or 20% off the cost of housing. That's real money back in families' pockets. It's not a couple bucks, it's hundreds of dollars. I just want to comment, Mr. Becerra, you have all these lovely plans, but there are never any numbers, any revenue plan, any details, anything that pushes on the status quo. It's just all due, but the how, the why, the how much,
oh
it's all
no,
missing.
why is she coming
Porter,
after
thank
him,
you.
bro?
Mr. Becerra, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond to Ms. Porter's comments.
It's very rich to hear from someone who's never had to actually run a government. I have had to balance 4 budgets over the course of my time as Secretary of Health and Human Services. A budget, by the way, that was larger than the budget of the state of California. When I was Attorney General of the state of California, I had a fight, whether it was a corporate attempt to try to take advantage of Californians or whether it was the Trump administration. I got in and I filed lawsuits. They weren't frivolous lawsuits. I won most of my cases because I knew how to put down the details and the facts.
Damn.
So it's easy to say you haven't done this. It's easier to prove that you actually have.
May I respond?
Mr. Becerra, Ms. Porter, we have to move on. We have a lot of questions that our viewers have for us next, and Frank is going to move on to those because we have a lot to cover in little time.
We want to turn to some viewer questions that we assigned at random to each of you in a random draw.
Oh,
Mr.
man,
Becerra,
let's
we're
hear.
actually going to begin with you. Ashley from Paris wants to
Paris.
know what is one specific cost,
i.e.
gas, groceries, utilities, childcare, that you will lower in your first year, and exactly how will you do it? You have 30 seconds.
Ashley, one of the things that I will do immediately is I will freeze utility rates and I will freeze home insurance policy premiums, because I believe it is time that Californians had an understanding of why so many of them are paying so much for both of those charges that they have when they have a home. It is time for us to get behind the curtain and understand why these industries are charging Californians so much, and in some cases dropping Californians from their insurance policy without explanation, charging twice as much. It is time for us to freeze those so Californians benefit.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you get the next question. This is Greg from Placerville, who wants to know, what is your position on automatic license plate readers, flock safety
Oh my God,
systems,
yes,
and
good
broader
ass
issues
question.
of mass surveillance? You have 30 seconds.
I'm a huge proponent of flock camera systems, and not flock, but the type that the ALPRs for law enforcement. They have been a game changer for law enforcement. It's not about the misconception. I want to ensure him. We don't know you're driving the car from those license plate readers. They read license plates, that's it. And we are able to find criminals.
Who else is going to be driving my car,
Bianco,
homie?
thank you. Mr. Hilton, you get the next question. This is Carlos from Los Angeles, who wants to know, what are you going to do for California schools? You have 30 seconds.
It's an absolute scandal that we have just under half of our students can read at grade level. For math, it's 35%. Here's the plan. We're going to learn from what works in other states and around the world. The best way to teach kids to read, phonics. We're going to have that in every school. The most important thing is that you learn to read by the end of third grade.
Arithmetic.
Just as Mississippi has done, we're going to make sure we're going to give you help over the summer if you can't. But if you don't meet the test, you repeat the grade, and then you can move forward. And we're going to hold teachers and schools accountable for their performance.
Thank you very much.
Make sure they do their math.
Mr. Steyer, Sophia from Folsom wants to know, what is your stance on remote work? You have 30 seconds.
Oh, wow.
So remote work is enabling people not to make these huge commutes.
Yes.
And it is a way for us to save money. It is a way to keep people off the roads. So I am a supporter of remote work, period. But let me say this as someone who has run lots of organization and lots of teams. There's reasons to be in the office that involve human interaction.
Oh, yes,
that involve
100%.
mentoring, that involve the growth of young people. So when you're running an organization, yes, you have to take into account costs, but more than that, you have to account for the human growth of a culture and a team.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, Toby from Costa Mesa wants to know, do you agree with schools not notifying parents if their child identifies as a different gender? You have 30 seconds.
It is between a parent and a child when a child chooses to have that conversation. The job of our educators is to teach them to read. By third grade, that is a really important benchmark to help them make the jump from Algebra 1 to Algebra 2, which opens the door to higher paying jobs. These are conversations for kids and parents to have with each other and their healthcare providers. This is not a role for schools to be policing personal decisions.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, John Carlo from Los Angeles asks this. How would you communicate with Donald Trump if he attacks you directly or policies valued in California? You have 30 seconds.
Well, just as I've done as mayor of San Jose, when the Trump administration threatens California's people, our funding, our values, I'll fight back. We'll use the courts. In San Jose, we've sued this administration over a dozen times. We've funded legal services for our immigrant neighbors. We have used every tool at our disposal. But I will also find ways to invite federal agencies to help us rebuild LA, reduce fire risk. We need a partnership, and we need to find common ground with this administration on certain issues.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Frank.
We'd like to move on to our next question. Many Californians cannot get home insurance anymore, or their premiums have skyrocketed. Insurance companies blame wildfire risk and catastrophic losses. Many have left the state. California's FAIR Plan, a last resort option, is being swamped and is becoming a crisis for the state. Mr. Bianco, this round, begins with you. What is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to California? You have 60 seconds.
Again, we're going to be honest about the problem. The problem is our California state government, is our California state regulations that are affecting the insurance companies. Various regulations affecting the insurance companies, but particularly, they told us why they were leaving. They told Governor Newsom for 5 years in a row that they were going to leave if he did not change the environmental policies and protections that prevented our fire agencies from creating defensible space around our homes, our cities, and our buildings. They told him they were going to lose cities and they couldn't afford to cover it, so they were going to have to leave. So the answer is remove the regulations, let the fire agencies create that defensible space. We are being absolutely controlled by environmental activism in this state that runs every single regulatory board. And as governor, I will remove that special interest from California state government.
Mr. Bianco, thank you for that. Mr. Hilton, what is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to California? You have 60 seconds.
We have to be clear about why they left. They left because of Democrat policies and wrong-headed regulation. Now, some of those mistakes have been corrected. The ability for insurance companies to price in future risk, the ability of insurance companies to account for reinsurance costs. But we still have wrong regulation. And this is the three-point plan that I've announced to fix this absolutely massive problem that is crushing so many families across California. Number one, we've got to get people off the FAIR plan. It was designed for about 100,000 people. Now you've got over 600,000. We've got to work proactively to get those people onto commercial insurance. Number two, we have to stick to the regulatory framework that was in the original proposition that set up the insurance department. 60 days to approve rate changes. Sometimes now it's over a year. And number three, we have to stop these nuisance lawsuits, often filed by private equity from out of state, that are increasing the cost of insurance.
All right, Mr. Hilton, thank you. Mr. Steyer, what is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to California? You have 60 seconds.
Well, skyrocketing home insurance is one of the huge problems facing California homeowners. And it's a result of catastrophic fires and houses being burnt down, and therefore insurance companies wanting to get paid for that risk. What California needs to do is reduce that risk. We need to reduce the risk of catastrophic fire. What does that look like? On a macro basis, it looks like controlled burns, reducing dry timber. On a micro basis, it means hardening houses, keeping vegetation 5 feet away, and other things. We can reduce the risk of houses burning and catastrophic fire by 90%. The point is going to be, at that point, we need the insurance companies to start writing home insurance based on the reduced risk. And it's the job of the governor to insist that they take into account the reduced risk. Insurance companies are lazy. They like to drive by a house and make a decision. When we're hardening houses and reducing risk by 90%, the governor's job is to make sure that they do the work, that they take it into account, and that housing insurance goes way down.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Nikki?
Ms. Porter, what is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to California? You have 60 seconds.
First, I just want to acknowledge that so many who have been affected by wildfires have not received the federal aid that California deserves from the federal government because of Donald Trump. I also want to say, as a consumer protection advocate, I would absolutely hold insurers' feet to the fire to make sure they pay out damages when homes have been burned. I think the solution is to have more insurance companies and more competition, but they're going to do that when we have reduced wildfire risk. We cannot afford to not act to reduce wildfire risk. We all lose. Families who lose their homes more than others when we face these kinds of catastrophic wildfires. So fighting climate change and fighting wildfire risk is ultimately how you reduce the number of people who are forced onto a FAIR plan that is unstable and not financially sustainable for taxpayers.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, same question to you. What is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to California? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Nikki, I've walked through the Palisades and Altadena with families who have lost everything, and I've seen firsthand what's broken. As governor, I will take responsibility for ensuring that we better manage our public lands. We have to reduce the fire risk at the edge of our urban areas so we're not putting homeowners at risk. And when you have those catastrophic fires, it pushes up costs for everyone. We need to bring the private insurance market back, force them to compete with one another on value, allow them to appropriately price risk. And when they play games, as we've heard in some cases, of switching adjusters and dragging out the process of paying out claims, they must be held accountable by the state, and I'll make sure we do that.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, what is your plan to attract private insurance companies back to the state of California? You have 60 seconds.
I won't be as lenient as some of the responses you've heard. I believe that it's time that we get behind the curtain and find out how these insurance companies are operating, because there are still people in Altadena and Pacific Palisades who have not been paid on their claims from back in January 2025. That is ridiculous. Every month they paid their premiums. Some people had never filed a claim, yet when they finally filed this claim for these wildfires, they still can't get an answer to the question, how much they get and when they'll get it. That is not right. We should hold their feet to the fire. I'll make sure that we take on all the issues of wildfire mitigation. Sure, you have to harden your home. We have to make sure we don't have developers building in high-risk areas. We'll do all those things. But first and foremost, insurers owe those consumers, those people who paid their premiums, responses. They paid their premiums. They are owed a response on their claims. It's ridiculous that people have had to wait more than a year. That is not the way you treat a customer.
Amen. Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
We're going to move on to our next topic, and that is social media and our children. A California jury found Meta and Google negligent, ordering them to pay damages for designing addictive social media that contributed to mental health issues. Would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16 years of age? This is going to go to each one of you. Mr. Hilton, you will go first. You have 30 seconds.
So as the father of 2 teenage children, I know this issue very well. But actually, it's an issue that I've been thinking about and advocating on for many, many years. 11 years ago, in my book, More Human, 2015, that was published, I made the argument that it's not just the apps, it's not just the platforms, it's the screens themselves, and that we should set a social norm that children under 16 should not have a smartphone. That is my position now. I think that every parent in their heart knows
children
that it's
under
wrong.
16,
Kids do
no
not
smartphones.
need smartphones, and we shouldn't allow it.
So just to clarify, though, on the social media side, yes or no, banning it for kids under 16?
I think it misses the point, honestly. I think that we've got to get to the heart of the problem, and that's the devices and the screens.
All right, Mr. Hilton, thank you. Mr. Steyer, would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16 years of age? You have 30 seconds.
Yes, I would. I've said that publicly. I think it's been clear for a long time that young people have significant mental health issues as a result of social media. And we have counted on the companies to police themselves, and that has definitely failed. And let me say that as AI is here, artificial intelligence, that is something else which very much threatens the safety and health of our children. And it's going to be, that is something which absolutely threatens them. And young people are addicted to their artificial intelligent friends more than their real friends. And so we are going to have to regulate these companies and have the courage to do it.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, as a mom of 3 teenagers, I will say that every kid is different. I definitely have a kid, I won't name him here, who's doing a good job with moderating social media, using it occasionally and in ways that have been helpful. I have another kid who's constantly told to put her device down, and when needed, I take it away. I do think we need to hold companies accountable when their products produce harm. If they're producing addiction, if they're failing to moderate inappropriate conduct, then we absolutely should hold them accountable. But those problems affect both kids particularly, but also adults.
And just to clarify, and forgive me if I missed it, but hold accountable or ban the usage for kids under 16?
I would not ban under 16. I might consider a different ban, but I also want to recognize that as a parent, it's an opportunity for families to make choices and have conversations about technology that these kids will see their whole lives.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16 years of age? You have 30 seconds.
That's crazy.
What I would do is require parental consent for children under 16 to be able to use social media. I would also ban cell phone use during the academic day in public schools all the way through high school. I think it's destructive to give kids products that their brains aren't fully developed and able to use safely. And so I would put those restrictions in place. I think parents should have ultimate control in this situation. My wife and I are raising 2 little kids. They're 8 and 6 years old. We limit screen time.
Mr. Mahan, same clarification. You say require parental consent. Are you yes or no on banning it under the age of 16?
The reason I would require parental consent under 16 is that there are lots of educational tools that may have social components that might connect students. There could be applications that make sense, but parents should have control over those decisions.
Right. Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16? 30 seconds.
Addiction is dangerous. Yes, I would absolutely work with legislators to make sure we can enact such a law. Kids have died as a result of their use of social media. Kids are going into this spiral downhill where they're not doing anything but playing with their phone. It is time for us to act. And I will tell you, as a former attorney general, I will enforce that law to make sure we are able to manage our children's development over the lifespan. And what I will tell you is this: we also have to help those families that are trying to manage their kids' use of these types of devices.
Mr.
Make it
Becerra,
harder
thank
for them.
you. Mr. Bianco, would you support a law that bans social media usage for kids under 16? You have 30 seconds.
No, that's up to their parents. I think it's interesting that drugs create mental illness too, and yet California Democrats have made drugs legal in California, but now we're going to ban social media because it creates a mental health issue for kids under 16. We know it creates mental health issues for adults. Social media is not a good thing for us to be spending 12 hours a day on, but it is up to parents what they want to do with their kids. It's not up to the government to tell them what their kids are going to do. And I agree, there are far too many educational benefits to these platforms than there are dangers, but it's up to parents.
All right.
He just heard that for the first time ever and had to throw
Time's
it in
winding
there.
down. So as we like to say in TV, we're going to switch gears and ask a bit of a lighter question so people watching can get to know you on more of a personal level.
Oh,
keep your answers a bit short here, but since we're on a streaming platform now, we want to know, what was the last streaming show that you watched? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you.
Oh, damn.
I think the
He
last
was on
streaming show I saw was
Hassan.
probably Marshall's.
Marshall, streaming
What?
show.
Oh,
Marshall.
TV show?
Miss Porter, last streaming show that you watched.
I took a lot of heat from my kids for this, but I was watching Heated Rivalry.
Oh,
Ms. Porter, thank you.
my
Mr.
God.
Mahan, last streaming show that you
I
watched.
can't vote for her no
It's
more.
the one with Kerry Russell. I think it's called The Diplomat,
The
or
Diplomat.
something. The Diplomat.
Oh.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, last streaming show that you watched.
I wish I could tell you that I have time to
No.
watch streaming shows. I can't tell you that I'm much of a TV watcher.
All right, Mr. Becerra, thank
Yikes.
you. Mr. Bianco, last streaming show that you watched.
Yeah, I don't stream and I don't watch TV.
Okay.
Oh.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, last streaming show that you watched.
We're in the middle of it right now is Reacher. One of my sons really enjoys
Oh,
that,
wow.
probably more than the rest of us in the family. But it's been good fun to watch together.
Mr. Hilton, thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to our candidates for being here this evening. And we want to say that, oh, I'm sorry, did we not
Yes.
ask someone?
Yes. No.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Everybody got their answer
I
in.
thought we missed
Oh,
someone.
no.
I want to make sure we know what you're streaming. That wraps up our debate for tonight. We want to invite you to stay tuned for the spin room that's happening right here in the studio live.
Nah, we're not going to
after the
stick
break.
around for that.
So stay tuned for that.
Nope,
And
we are
we
not
wanna
staying
remind
tuned.
Everyone at home. Ballots for the California primary election, they start going out very soon on May 4th. And of course, Election Day is on June 2nd. We thank you for watching.
Damn. That was amazing. That was so good. That was what we needed. We needed to have this debate so long ago with this amount of candidates. Oh no. Katie Porter's arguing with, no, she's not. Becerra did not have a favorite TV show. That is a bad sign. He's not interacting with any other candidates. Oh my God, okay. All right. So absolutely crazy. I'm so glad we watched that live. We have been streaming for over 4 hours. I think that might be a new record for the stream. I'm not sure. But with that, let's have a good night, everyone. Peace out. I had a fantastic time. I'm sure you did too. Be sure to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you back next time. Have a good one, everyone. Peace out.